Yo, what's good? What is good, everybody? What's good? Let me do a couple things here. Let me get some things set up here for us. Get a few things set up here. What's good? What's good? Hmm. What is good? What's good? Anthony Alvarado, what's good? What's good? What's good? Hey, there he is. What's good, Foxy?
How's my brother? How's
What,
my guy?
man. It's
One
been
more man. Man.
good. Yeah, it's been a long day, man, for me. But watching the Knicks versus Cleveland, kind of had me feeling pretty good.
Hey, there's my
Good evening,
guys.
gentlemen.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, let me
What up?
let
What
me
up?
let me do something for Foxy before we get started, man. I owe it to him. Y'all just be patient with me for a split second while I do this. And also let me
Very
do
nice.
this.
Very nice.
That's nice, right? That's my man's joint. Yeah, there we go. Now hey, so should I want to run co-pilot and let the pilot take over.
Okay, let me just kick it off, fellas, for just a little opening tonight. So, hi everyone. Hope all is well. Our Knicks beat the Cavs by 21 tonight, 102-81, sparked by Emmanuel Quickley's 21 points in the fourth quarter. He finished with 25 points, including 5 3-pointers. RJ added 24 points, feasting on the smaller Colin Sexton and Darius Garland. It was a great all around effort as we held Andre Drummond to 4 points, 15 points below his average. Sexton
hmm
to 17 points, 8 points below his average. Our bench scored 47 points versus 29 for the Cavs, and we had 12 fast break points, which is a whole lot for us. I said earlier, I hope Chuck stops by tonight so we can get his comments on our boy Clyde proclaiming that Quickley is a bona fide point guard, not a combo guard, a bona fide
You
point
heard
guard.
it. You heard it.
And who knows better than our Clyde on what it takes to be a point guard? We'll go over the game, we'll recap the player's performance, and we'll show love to the video panel and to the live chat to get their input. Man, oh man, I'm happy, very happy with our win tonight. Man, that got me really amped and I love that kid quick.
Hey, what's up, Cat? What's up, Cat?
Not much, not much. Just enjoying the wins as they come in. So another one down, another chalk mark. So yeah, I'm happy.
All right, fellas. I'm gonna move out of the way and let Foxy do his thing, y'all. Okay.
Cool.
All right.
Let me just say my hellos, Biz Ballin, Day A, one of my favorites in the world. How are you today?
Yo, how
Happy
you doing,
Friday night.
guys? Happy Friday.
Joe,
What's up,
long
guys?
time no see. I think it's about 34 seconds, but
Yeah.
how are you feeling? How's my guy feeling?
All right, not too bad. Just a little bit of a headache, no taste, all the symptoms, but I'll be
Everyone,
good.
please say chat for our brother, man. Please say a prayer for our brother.
Thank
um,
you.
in my thoughts and prayers, man. Get well, speedy
Yeah,
recovery, and stay
yeah.
away
Hope
from
you get better,
people.
Joe.
Thank you. Nah, I'll be fine. I feel better each day. The last couple of days have been tough, but I'll be all right.
And my brother Kevin, how's your day? Are you finished with? Oh, I'm sorry, I got you in the middle of
You're
bite.
good. You're good.
Are you? How's work going? Are you on the other side of people asking for all these things? Weren't you going through a process of I don't know if people coming in, you had to run reports or whatever you need to do.
Oh no, I'm actually in Wilmington
Oh, cool.
for my
Oh,
birthday. So I've been here
with the fam.
yes, since Wednesday. Wednesday.
Since you had 2
Wednesday.
lunches.
Yeah, so I've just been here. I'm in the hotel room now, so I'm just yeah, just chilling, enjoying the rest of the week. So that's
So
about
what?
it.
So once you
Cool,
kick
bro.
it off, my partner, what you think about the game tonight?
Um, it started off very ugly. It started off brutal and slow, and luckily we picked up the pace. I do have to disagree, I guess, a little bit now, and this isn't me saying that I dislike, you know, Quickly or anything, or I agree with Rob the Nick in saying he's a combo guard. I just don't. I still don't think he's ready to be a lead guard.
No doubt.
Um, I don't think that we're ready to anoint him like the next coming of whatever. He's a good spark, and that's what this team needs from time to time. And again, I'm by no means saying that I want to in favor of keeping Alfred Payton um, any longer than I necessarily have to. There's going to be people, oh, he needs to start next game, and he needs to start. I'm like, no. One, I'll put this out there. I don't think Emmanuel Quickly is going to have his first NBA start going against Lou Williams and Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. Let's get that out of the way. He's not starting next game. I can guarantee you that.
I think there's a good shot he won't start for a long time.
Yeah, but there's going to be people clamoring that he needs to start because he has impressive. Like, to be honest with you, I expect him to have I don't want him to, but knowing the level of competition he's going up against, I expect him to have like a Utah-ish type of game. Because the thing about Quickly is, like, he started off like, oh, I'm a point guard and I want to prove people he's point guard. But you watch his last couple games, he's really a shoot first kind of guard, which is fine. I mean, that's perfectly all right. But I don't know if that will gel well with Julius and RJ necessarily. Off the bench, where you have limited amounts of scoring opportunities, it's a plus for him to be in that role.
But
As tonight.
but don't you think he played a lot with the first team in the fourth quarter?
Sure
Well,
did.
yeah, I mean, granted, in the fourth quarter, we were up by double digits most of the fourth quarter, so it didn't really.
Thanks to Quickly.
Yeah, so it didn't really matter at that point in time. It's not like it was a close game or anything. Like I said, the lowest lead we had was 12, I think.
Yeah.
And which my second point is, I do wish that Tibbs would because we have a 1:00 game Sunday, and with 3 minutes to go, up by like
Kept them in too
16,
long.
there's
Yeah.
no reason for Julius and RJ to be in that game.
Hmm.
I agree. I wrote that note down myself.
I did as well.
So with that, we it's like we say the same things every game, win or loss. It's the same thing. It's just this whole minute thing. And I know Tibbs. I was on Twitter and I put a tweet out to every New York reporter, like, please ask Tom Thibodeau about his report, his minutes, because it's getting to and there was a couple Bergman said something, and a lot of other reporters said like there's no reason for these players to be in this game at this point.
Yeah.
But
He did 40 minutes tonight, Barrett.
yeah, and it's
35 for Randall.
you could have cut both of them by 5,
No doubt.
and the
Even
game
more.
the game would have been the same outcome.
Yeah. That's
So
who he is, man. And we see it. He's consistent, though, at least for Tibbs.
and I hate to say that it's going to take. I don't want it. I'm not wishing it, but it's going to take someone. I mean, we've seen a slew of injuries so far, but there hasn't
Slew
God
of injuries in
forbid.
the league, you mean?
Well, no, of our team, but God forbid something happens to Julius and RJ because they've been playing these heavy minutes, and then it's like, well, what now, Tibbs? This is on you. Because here's the thing: if an injury happens in garbage time to RJ, and he's out
gonna
there when
get
he
crap
doesn't
for that.
have to be, That's gonna if something happened in this game to R.J. Barrett, then that's on Tibbs, and he's gonna have to take
the
responsibility.
fan base and erupt.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, it's just something.
The media be killing them too.
It's just something we have to keep an eye on, and I wish Johnny Bryan or Kenny Payne or Woody would say something about this. So, but that's my take. It was a good win. We got another win. This every win we get is less and less this fade for Cade talk that I want to hear. So yeah, that's my takes.
Cool. Day.
I'll start off with team things that then we can get into players later. So around this circle, I'll go with team stuff. I liked certain things tonight, and they were happening also for certain reasons. So, for example, I liked the way we defended the 3-point tonight better than we did against the Jazz. But I keep in mind that the Cleveland offense is 29th in the league and 3 points attempted, and they're 10th in the league and 3 points made. So we did a good job and containing their percentage. So that was something I was looking for tonight, because over the last couple of games, a lot of teams have had a lot of open threes, and that was a bit concerning to me. Another thing I thought we did very well tonight was points in the paint defensively. Cleveland is second in the league in points in the paint, and I believe we held them to tonight. Let me look real quick.
I have it if you need.
I got you. 38.
Yep. And we had 48.
And we have 48, which is above our season average.
Yep.
So we held them to 16 points above their average. That means we did the job in the debate today. We did a good job of collapsing the bigs and penetration. Great job.
Yeah.
Team stuff. I thought the ball moved around better tonight.
It did around the horn a few times. It was pretty.
Yeah, absolutely. Second unit as well. I thought I thought both squads did a good job of moving the ball around a little bit better. We had 20 assists tonight, which is still
terrible.
below our average, but it's looked better than past games. And we had a couple of open shots. What's up, Goose? We had a couple of open shots from the ball movement, but that was done well tonight.
The good news is the Cavs only had 15 assists.
And that leads me to my next point. I thought we did a very good job tonight of finally creating turnovers, which finally got us in transition, which gave us a bit of pace. Now, of course, that stats are not overwhelming, but it's better. 12 points in the fast break, it's hallelujah, because it's been single digits for a lot of games.
And we're last in the league in pace, as you know.
Absolutely. I also like the fact, but a couple of these days are also predicated at certain things that the Cavs just don't do well as well. But at least we took advantage of it.
I saw a statistic today that just reminded me of that our pace currently it's basically equivalent to the 91-92 and 92-93. I don't know if you saw that average. So our average is but it's not surprising with the offense that Tibbs has put in.
I've been on record why is this team running this 90s style offense?
Right. I know you have.
And Tibbs is obviously.
I thought of you when I read that. In fact,
and Tibbs is obviously in the time machine concerning how he wants the pace of the game to go. Okay, here's something I didn't like tonight. And this has been happening. This is starting to become a trend now. I'm noticing that the first team is having a problem putting up points early in quarters. I'll show you.
Hold on. That's not a trend. That's something that's been happening all season long.
No, exactly.
That's not a trend.
But it's been more apparent in the last 5 to 9 games. So what I'm saying is that a perfect example tonight, right? We scored 19 points in the quarter, right?
Yep.
Which is terrible, by the way. But
it's better that we held them to 17, though.
Right. But and that's because the Cavs are second in the league getting lowest points. So we got to keep those type of things in mind. our starters mustered up 7 points in 6 to 7 game minutes. And then the bench came in, and Austin Rivers and Emmanuel Quickley put up 12. And that's why we got up to 19. Third quarter, we were starting the same thing. We had a 14-point lead. The Cavs cut it down to 3 because we just could not muster any offense. And Alfred Payton, but he had 2 nice dimes tonight. I'll give him that. But besides from that, he looked terrible tonight. So,
what
was that, Joe?
Him. I'll promise you, I'll get to him.
Yeah. We got a lot to talk about, but we're just we're scratching the surface right now.
Dave, matter of fact, I think Randall didn't score a basket like 4 minutes in, way in. Didn't score all that time.
Yes. Randall was not a factor until the second half, middle of the third quarter. So that's something that is concerning to me moving forward, especially when we play teams like the Clippers on Sunday, where we have a back-to-back against Chicago that likes to get the ball up and down the court. They score a lot of points. They got a lot of guys that can score in different ways. That is concerning to me. But a win is a win. I thought we did a good job in doing the things we're supposed to do on a nightly basis. We're supposed to beat the Cavaliers. Another thing that came to my mind that was done well as well, even when we lost the rebounding battle tonight, and we only lost it by 2, and it's understandable why. Cleveland's got some big boys down there. We only gave up. I'll look right now. We only gave up 11 second chance points, 11 of them. So that's very good job getting back on the shooters, making them put the ball on the floor, stuff of that nature. So that's all I got on my mind right now. We can, I guess, take it to Joe.
Yeah. Hey, Joe, before you go, let me just do a quick shout out to the family. Hi, everyone. Hope all is well. Congratulations on our win tonight. Just wanted to say hello to the family. Brother BKL Contreras, as always. I hope all is well. Ralph, believer of the God of Moses and Elijah. Hope all is well. Saw you this morning on Knicks Morning Drive. Ilmatics, as always. Hope all is well. Robert Kahn, Pedro Matos, let's see, Trizzy Trey, Greenhouse, Simma Singh's in the building, C-Mac, he's hysterical, man. I've been talking to him in different shows today. Hope all is well. Jarrell Williams, let's see, Anthony Alvarado, Chef NYK, hey, Daryl Pemberton, morning, noon, and night. Just a great guy. Very, very generous. Great takes. I love reading his thoughts and insights. Let me just get to a few more of the family. The new Knicks, as always. Quattro Cinco. His thoughts and insights. Alton Lee. Sam Farrell. All of you. So just do me a favor. We're at 1,290 subscribers, so please keep hitting those like, subscribe, and reminder bells so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night, Knicks Morning Drive broadcast. Please share the link on your favorite social media platforms so we can grow the Blarens Tears family. And again, thanks for getting us over the 1,290 subscriber. 1,500, here we come. We greatly appreciate it. One last thing, special shout out to the best mods in the land, Simma Singh, Bodega Wi-Fi, and the new Knicks. We appreciate all you do. There's my guy Chuck. I hope all is well. We'll come to you in a second. Joe, you want to take it?
Surprised he showed up, but we'll say we'll say that for later.
What's up, Chuck? Thank you for gracing us with
and
your
Goose, my man Goose. I love my Goose.
Yep. Yeah, they played well tonight. There was a couple of concerns. I think just the Cavs missed shots. We did pack the paint, which I was hoping they would do, just to shut down Drummond. I think overall, if we played a better team, our start might have killed us coming down the stretch. But overall, look, a win's a win, and we're back on track. I thought tonight was a must-win. I didn't want the team going 8-12 or 8-13 because I kind of slip away from that playoff spots or 500 spot. But yeah, happy with the win.
Especially with the schedule, Joe, coming. It was important to win tonight. Agree.
Yeah. And Dave, one of the things that your concerns I wrote down as you were saying, I forgot to mention it, was that the starters came out lethargic. I thought
both halves.
Yeah. So I thought that there'd be a little more energy, and thank God for that second team and stuff. So So, Goose, how's my guy today? You look cold.
Salute panel. Yeah, it's a little chilly up here in New York, as you know. Some of you may know.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
man.
Oh,
freezing.
we know.
That wind was crazy.
Salute panel, salute chat. Hope everybody is well tonight.
What'd you think of the game tonight?
Hey, let me raise my volume a little bit. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, you good, Goose.
I like the game. The Knicks started off pretty slow in the beginning, but the defense held them well until their offense caught up. I like Quickley's game. He gave him a nice spark, 25 points in 25 minutes. They wasn't counting on him to facilitate much, which is good. They left that a little bit more to Rivers and Randall. The second unit, I like the second unit. You can see the uptick in their play when the second unit came on. I think the second unit handled the zone pretty well that the Cavs put up against them. Definitely a slower paced game, low scoring game, which is what the Knicks seem to like. I liked when the adjustments that Tibbs made when he surrounded Barrett with some shooters or more reliable shooting and allowed him to play a little bully ball with the smaller point guards that the Cavs put on the court. Peyton didn't give us much at all on offense. He did contribute a little bit defensively, but other than that, he was pretty much a non-factor.
Totally a non-factor.
I like. See, with Quickley, he seems to go off on some point guards, but then other point guards
Conley.
like Connolly seem to have his number. So he's not quite there yet where he could be consistent against whatever point guards go up against him. So, but he's
It's the point guards who know his spots.
Yeah.
So Conley was smart knowing where he likes his floaters and stuff. So
Yeah.
that's what a savvy vet will do. They'll know the spots and try to take it away from him.
Yeah, and then lastly, luckily for us, they didn't really highlight Drummond much on the offense this game. They kind of ran their offense through the point guards, and Drummond wasn't much of a factor in this game.
But you know what a misleading thing is? He wasn't. He still obviously had 15 rebounds, only 4
Right.
points.
Yeah,
But
offensively, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but the reality is at the 5 position, they scored 19 points and 24 rebounds tonight. Meaning
Right.
between Jared Allen and Drummond at the 5. So it wasn't like Drummond was held. They still at the 5 position, like I said, basically 20 points and 24 rebounds is a pretty nice stat for any team to have at the 5 position.
Yeah.
Now,
another
I
thing,
have a question just
yeah.
before you continue. Now, do you think that was predicated on the good, a good Nick interior defense and collapsing the paint, or was it that Cleveland was getting those guys involved the way they should have?
I think D all the above, a little bit of both actually.
Yeah, I think a little bit of both. I mean, their point guards were definitely highlighted a little bit more. But like was said, he contributed. I mean, the stats do show he contributed, but he didn't. What I'm trying to say is he didn't dominate the Knicks like he did in the past.
No
I guess
doubt.
is what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
He didn't dominate like he did in the past, like in other games.
I think they missed 4 dunks tonight.
Yeah.
And many layups.
Hey, there was a stat, Goose, Day reminded me, but when he was talking about rebounds, 50 is a critical number for us as a team to hit 50 rebounds because we're 5-1 when we have 50 rebounds. So I'm always looking at that number because I know that statistically we're going to be in a better place if we get those rebounds.
Yeah.
So-
The number I like to look at is our assist numbers. What was our totals as assist as a
20.
team?
20, sir.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah, but the ball was
Well,
moving
again,
a
the
lot
low
better.
scoring game I think has a lot to do with that too. But I like when our assist numbers are up. And I think Randall finished with 6. He didn't have a good offensive game like he normally does, but I like his assist numbers were pretty good. I think he finished with 6 assists tonight.
6 assists, 8
Oh.
rebounds.
Yeah, I was a little
22
concerned.
turnovers.
Yeah, when I was a little concerned when Quickley had 3 fouls in the first half, but he seemed to adjust pretty well, and didn't seem to affect him down the stretch.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was basically my take on it.
And it was an aggravating foul. It's like, come on, kid. You're supposed to IQ. Besides that being his initials, it's supposed to. He has a real smart. Couple of those fouls in that first half, like especially that third foul where he just at midcourt he grabbed the guy. It's like, oh man, you had two fouls. Why'd you just do that? And you're lucky he left them in.
And also, too, Stephen, the defense was back as well, which they've done that numerous times this season.
Yep. So, ladies and gentlemen, you may know him as Charles B. Some of you know him as Chuck. I like to refer to him as King Charles, the one and the only. How are you tonight?
I'm good. To me, I think the difference was not letting Drummond get off. He's usually the X factor. And they took Drummond away. But other than that, they missed a lot of layups. A lot of layups. Sure. I've never seen nothing like it. It was a lot of layups. And it swung the game. Like when the game was close, they missed layups. And when it was up 10, they was missing layups. So it allowed us to get back in it. Then once we took the lead, it allowed them not to catch up. So it was on both ends, all the layups missed. Other than that, I'm glad that Mitch cleared up that little thing about his tweet.
Did he?
So we could stop thinking
right.
it was. Yeah, he cleared it up.
What do you mean he cleared it up?
I didn't think he said it was
First of all, I want to say I'm gonna stop defending players and with their whole Twitter nonsense. Mitch they did interview him after shoot around, and he basically closed it as it was a personal. It's more of a personal thing.
I got the exact quote here.
Right,
So
it was more of a personal thing.
What was the meaning of your tweet where you said someday they'll let me play, and his response was, it was a personal thing, and at the same time, it's something I really don't want to talk about. It's something that's going on in my life. I just want to leave that alone. So, did he really address it?
Yeah, that's not saying anything.
And you know what I wrote down is like
That's what I call
said.
BS.
He also said that.
Take it, Chuck.
No, but he also said, as long as we're winning, he don't have nothing to complain about as far as play.
Yeah, he did say that.
So
Here's the thing, and
yeah. So
Should we let Chuck finish his thing first, and then we go interject? Yeah.
why I never could finish? I'm like,
Yeah, that's why I'm saying
reason
we all
is I'm the
finish. You should have the
shortest.
same thing.
this comes from the man who said, "Oh, I'm gonna make it quick."
I'm
So
always quick.
Sometimes he
But
wants a
y'all
little
interrupt
foreplay, Kevin.
when he takes him long old man pauses, I don't know if he's done or not. Because he
Go ahead,
just
Chuck.
stopped
Finish your
talking.
assessment.
I
Go
didn't
ahead,
take
Chuck,
a
finish your
pause. Y'all
assessment.
started talking. I didn't take a pause. Y'all
Take
I
King
started
Charles.
something and y'all took it.
Go ahead, Chuck. Finish.
Damn, you done made me forget. Made me forget what I was gonna say. But I'm glad he cleared that up, because we had a big debate yesterday on whether he was talking about jump shots or not. And I never like to assume what somebody's referring to. So I leave it as
Hey, Chuck, let me ask you a question, though.
I don't know.
So let me ask, so his answer was, it's personal. It's something I really don't want to talk about. Something's going on in my life. I want to leave that alone. Where is agent number 6? And where is his PR team? That response is not,
Adequate.
it's not adequate for somebody, especially somebody who wants to get a bag and stuff like that. Somebody has to be looking after this kid, or he's hiring the wrong people or whatever. But, I said it earlier that he had a milestone this past year of having a kid. So I was just hoping that, a milestone of that level put his mindset in a different place. He's a father. He's a mentor. He teaches the life lessons to his daughters and stuff, that his actions and his behaviors mean everything in life. And we know that, and I said it before that, we talk about the development skills with Tibbs and with Kenny Payne and Woody and Johnny Bryant, but this kid's responsible for the development between his ears. And, where's that? I just don't see the growth that way on this kid. That I don't know who he's surrounding himself with, especially giving answers like that. And also, how many times did you see Mitch on the floor tonight? He's always on the deck.
I counted
And
5.
yeah, that one of these days he takes these bad falls game after game after game, and one of these days, he's not going to be getting up really quickly.
Well, to me, as far as development goes, I leave that up to the players. Like, you shouldn't have to have somebody else motivate you to be better. So, again, most development happens during the off season. So, you should take it upon yourself to work on your game and know what your weaknesses are, and come back better the next year. There's no excuse for any player that's missing so much in their game to come back with the same game. Like Knox and Mitch, both came back the same players. All right, Mitch fouled a little less. I don't really consider that development. To me, he's less aggressive on defense. That's why he's not blocking as many 3-point shooter shots. But it's up to Knox to work on his handle and get a post game. I don't put that on the development team, the coach. I think players should develop themselves. Nobody held your hand to get there, right?
Hey, Kev. Knox had no points, 1 rebound tonight. Basically, Windler.
Can I say something about Mitch?
No points.
Yeah, please. Yeah, sure. Take it.
No points.
Forgive me for a second. I got a sneeze. So take it.
To the whole quote about the tweet about Mitch, it's like I was trying to say before. I guess I interrupted Chuck. It's some BS. Because taken in its context, your job is playing basketball. And so when you put in its contextual form, someone allowing you to play, that means allowing you to do your job to the standards that you feel you want to do them. And then for you to come and just, I guess, tell a bull-faced lie saying it's something personal, like, no, it's not. It's not personal at all. It's nothing. Are you playing at home? Are you playing video games or something? Your girlfriend's not letting you play, the PS5 or something? Is that because I'm pretty sure that's something you wouldn't need to delete. This is about Mitch Robinson not being happy with the role he has on the team. And we all know when an athlete says, I'm happy as long as the team is winning.
Right, let him finish.
We all know when an athlete says...
How you know he's not talking about the refs?
Huh?
But the whole issue, Chuck, is if the whole issue that if it's cryptic and you have to speculate, that becomes a negative.
It becomes controversy.
Thank you. Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, if it was about the refs, you could just say it's about the refs. You wouldn't have to delete it.
You would make sure they don't confuse it, that people think it's your coaching staff. You just be specific and say the refs are tough on all my fouls and they're not allowing me to play.
Thank you.
That's easy enough to
say.
His
he's not getting in foul trouble.
The problem
I can see if he was being thrown out of games and ejected or getting in foul trouble, but he's not. So the refs have nothing to do with it.
And you're discounting the article from the Post where offense was stipulated in that article as a quote of his. It's I just want to, if you look at his scouting reports coming out of high school, his offensive Chuck, let me finish. Okay, please. It is not like it is not like he first tried to take a jump shot this past offseason and he videotaped it. Jump shots is something that he had taken. Now, when a coach looks at your overall game, he's going to pick the best parts of your overall game and want you to specify those parts of your game, so he can utilize that on the team. And things that you're not that good at, he's not going to use. Okay, he's not going to use that. He's going to say, okay, that needs to be worked on. I'm not going to showcase that in a game because you do so much other things well. But when you look at, I looked at different scouting reports from different organizations, and they all specified his jump shot. However, his jump shot was the low end of his skill set, but they all specified that he did have a jump shot. So I'll give you an example. This is on his upside. This is listed as his upside, his strengths, not in his weaknesses. Okay. He says some skills upside has a decent fluidity and okay touch with a good high arc on his jumper. Made 20 plus 3-pointers as a high school senior. Probably not a jump shooter in the NBA right away, but perhaps eventually. Okay. So my argument last night, and I'm not going to speak on it after this, is not that he should be utilized differently, only that, and he may, listen, he might be 26, 27 years old on a different team that uses his overall skill set and develops that jump shot. Is not being done right now. But what I'm saying is a lot of fans seem to think that, or make it sound like Mitch just took a jump shot this past summer. It's been something he's done. It's just not something the Knicks care to use right now. That's all I'm saying.
So are you arguing that the Knicks are underutilizing his skill set? Because that's what it sounds like.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is I'm hoping that if Mitch remains a Knick, it is something they develop and not let fall on the wayside.
May I ask a question?
That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
Not so much this year, but I'm hoping as long as he stays a Knick, especially if they sign him to a long-term contract, that they touch on that potential skill set, because it would only help the team overall if he's able to develop it and produce from it. I think it would only help the Knicks.
I'm going to ask you a question, Goose.
Mhm.
If you're Tom Thibodeau, right?
Mhm.
What's the harm? I mean, we're the last ranked offense anyways, right? What's the harm of Mitch taking like 10, 15 foot based on jumper? What's the harm can that do? Are we going to be any worse if we allow him to do that?
If you're want to remain specific to Tibbs, I think Tibbs is only going to use him for how Tibbs wants to use him. I think this whole interview that he had after the game was more the result of, he probably had a discussion with Tibbs. He probably told Tibbs how he felt, and Tibbs said, "Well, you know what? Let's smooth this whole thing out in the press. Say whatever it is you need to say to smooth this out in the press, and I make note of how you feel. I make note how you feel." But in the interview in the Post, one of Tibbs' quotes was, he likes what Mitch is bringing to the team right now, which is defensive anchor and rim runner.
But
So
my
I
thing
don't think Tibbs is ready, even
That
though
didn't
if
really
he
answer
shows it
Kev's
in practice,
question,
Tibbs may not be ready to let him do it. I'd like to see it. Maybe not so much from a 3-pointer, maybe a mid
no, I'm
range.
just saying, if it's like a 10, 15 foot jumper, I mean,
But
how is that
That's
hurting
I would be
anything?
okay with
once a
that
game.
if he
Yeah,
at least once or twice a game. Like if he takes it and he makes it, he'll be open. But the minute you miss one, shut it down, because if it opens up, if it spreads the court, if it spreads the offense, and it brings another defender out of the paint, it would only help. So to answer your question, yeah, I would. I mean, that's the whole reason me and Chuck got into it last night. It's because I was lobbying for Mitch to do it.
but let me ask you a question. Your gut feeling, do you think anyone on this coaching staff said you cannot take a shot, Mitch?
Do you know what,
My gut
Steven?
feeling, yes.
Because my feeling is no. Because why would Noel take a jump shot the other night?
It's taking a couple.
Because
He's taking a couple.
Noel has shown he can do it in the past. even
Yeah.
to a small degree, whereas
But you know
Mitch
what,
hasn't yet.
Stephen? 47 Buds, shout out to him in the chat, made a good point. He's shooting 47% from the free throw line. If he can't make free
44%.
throws,
Oh well, it went up probably tonight, but
yeah,
He made both of his free throws.
47%. Yeah, so if he starts raising it up to the 60s or whatever in the free throws, maybe they might let him start. Because if you're not able to make a standing free throw, then how are you supposed to be able to do like a baseline 15-footer on the move?
but just in the post, there was a move that Jared Allen did tonight with his
I
footwork that
yeah.
Mitch couldn't do.
See, the
Right.
thing is, that's why I think they're trying to craft his inside game first. Get him to do layups. Get him to do hooks. Stuff like that first, because you don't want him to going from catching lobs or putbacks to shooting threes. You want to perfect his inside game first. And that's what I want too. I want him to be able to make a layup, make hook shots instead of just going from putbacks to threes.
Oh,
Or to
but Joe, but my
15-footer.
question to you is that have you seen any evidence or signs of that interior game being worked on?
He's made 2 layups this year. One of them was a fluke. One of them kind of
Exactly.
It was awkward. Remember that awkward one he made, Steve? I think it was like game 2. I think it was our second game against who was it against? Was it the first game maybe against the Pacers? I was one of them games. He made a layup and it was just awkwardly made. But
Okay.
the fact is the kid.
Wait, hold on. Before you get into that, though, just to
Yeah.
answer the question, though, but that's a very small sample size to say that there's different dimensions of his interior game growing. You get what I'm getting at?
Yeah, and I think he needs to realize he's on a rookie contract. He got upgraded to starting. He does now. He thinks like I think the kid's too cocky that I think he expects to be able to do a lot more than he should because he was able to do it in high school. This is 2 levels up from high school. If he done this in college, then maybe. But the fact that he never done it in college and he hasn't done it in the past, why would Tibbs force him to do it, get him to do it now? This is something that's going to take a couple of months, maybe the full season before it'll be next year before we see it. See like a 15-footer or a hook shot or stuff because they have to work with that throughout the season.
Oh, you hope.
My only question is why can't he just do a hook shot in a game? That I understand not doing threes or the 15-footer or 10-footer, but a hook shot or a layup he should be doing in games. What annoys me is if he's standing at the foul line, he has the length to drive and do a layup, but he doesn't do it. If he's a foot away from the basket, he's no good.
Right. And I think the only argument that works in his favor, if his tweet was intended to mean what we think it meant,
It's not anything
right.
personal because he deleted it. If it was still up there, and when you guys said about the referees, if he put out something about the referees, he gets fined by the NBA for insulting refs or questioning refs.
But he didn't foul out or anything. What would be
No,
the issue?
yeah, but I'm just saying it just in case it was.
Okay.
He couldn't put up anything about the refs because the NBA then will fine him.
Right.
But
so
the thing is, it has to be about what. It makes more sense because he brought it up in an interview about the lack of offense, and there's just too much stuff.
He has a couple of times.
Yes, so there's too much stuff pointing at that, and we seen it tonight. He was off. He got into foul trouble early. He looked like he didn't care. So I don't know. Is Mitch getting disgruntled? Because then you don't want him that way because he's a 22-year-old, but as John Macri said the other day in his podcast, John Macri joked and was like, "Oh, I teach 13-year-old girls. I know how they act." And he's like, he's a lot more immature than he's meant to be. And I think it was the lack of being in college.
The only argument that Mitch has going for him, if that tweet is meant what we think it meant, is that they do miss him a lot for lob opportunities within the half court. So that's the only thing he would have going for him because he has shown absolutely nothing of a post game, of being an interior presence offensively, or being able to pick a pop in either the elbow or the short baseline. So
yeah. And that's the thing is what I said, he's a rim runner that's not allowed to rim run. He protects the rim, but on the break, we slow the pace down. Last year and even his rookie year, you see him go from rim to rim. He'll block a shot, he'll run down the court, and he'll catch a lob. You don't see that anymore because as soon as the balls that's why we don't have fast break because the ball is slowed down. So you're
Right.
not allowing him to run. And I think
Right.
that's why Obi might have a little bit of a downfall, because Obi does the same thing. Obi
I saw
has
it
your
tonight.
rebound, pass it to the guard, and run. And
There were
that's why you're
two
not using
examples,
Obi.
Joe. Just because you said Obi, let me just say this. There was two transition between Austin Rivers. I mean, transition opportunities between Austin Rivers and Obi Toppin. And Austin Rivers, on one of them, didn't even look his way.
Yep,
And he had a
I
lane
wrote
all
that
by
down.
himself.
Oh, yeah.
And then he had a second one that he had him for a lob. He looked straight at him and did not give him the lob.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead.
And that's what annoys me about Tibbs. It's like,
I
you're
can't
doing
believe
what's
I wrote that
working.
same note that he looked him off, man.
Come on, guy. We here, guy.
And the thing is, you can do both. You can play slow offense, but then when you have guys clear at the basket for a lob, throw them. We've seen Kevin Knox throw him a lob. Well, granted, it went up into the fourth
But
layer
that's not
of
the
the
team's
arena.
fault. They're
But
running zone, 3-2 zones on them. They're packing the paint. So
no, but on the
who's-
break. On the break.
I have a question. Is this like with those particular plays? Like we say things about Austin Rivers and even Elfrid Payton, and we say that Elfrid Payton is probably the most natural point guard. But I mean, of what we have, I guess. But Austin Rivers is not really a natural point.
Oh, not at all.
Not at all.
He
Yeah,
had
of
over
course.
2 assists in his career. Yeah.
Is that on Tibbs or is that play on Austin Rivers? Because he doesn't have the natural instincts to let that ball go.
That was on Rivers. He's been in
Yeah.
the league
Yeah.
too long.
He knows when he's a guy with that athletic ability, because we heard Rivers talk about like how beyond athletic Obi
He's
is.
a coach's son. He should have his head up, man.
Yeah, you should be.
Austin's thrown alleys before in his career many times.
No, he has, but
I've seen him
I
throw ones to
mean, for
Westbrook.
him to look off a play where you can have an easy 2 points, I don't put that on Tibbs. That's on Austin Rivers for not making that pass.
We agree.
Do you know what? What I think could be the system too? Because Rivers then instead he had Obi, he looked him off, he kept going, and then he slowed down and would come back out to the 3-point line and pass the ball. So I don't know if that's just a thing in the like that to me is ridiculous. If you have an open
I can
break,
tell you,
I
I can tell you, point blank, as a person who's played basketball, if you have easy points, you're going to take easy points.
Hell yeah.
You're not going to like, oh no, I'm not going to take this layup. No, that's
another example.
Regardless of what system, no one is ever going to like pass up easy points.
Hey,
Another example.
Just hold on one second.
I know where you're going with this day. I know which one you're talking about.
But also Chuck made a really good point in the chat. He said, "So you're telling me that the same coach that tells Mitch not to shoot 5-footers is okay with Peyton taking threes?" Chuck, God bless you, man. You're right on.
You should have been here and said it. Damn.
Yeah, I know. Where'd you go, my friend?
Chuck has said all month.
Oh, be nice to him. Be nice to him.
Chuck's having, I guess, laptop problems or something.
Yeah,
he just hasn't gone out into Best Buy and got a new one.
His Obama phone is acting up.
But to go back on the Knicks not taking advantage of the numbers in transition, there was another play in the third quarter that Mitch did a great job of defending the paint. Julius gets the rebound. Somebody got the rebound, kicked it to Julius. And then Mitch did a great job of rim running, and he totally beat German. And Julius looked at him and just didn't pass him the ball.
Yeah. And Randall does that a lot.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
He did it to RJ the other night. He was all alone and didn't throw.
Oh, boy. That was terrible.
But do you think, because there's no you don't see in the offense, there's no off-ball screens for guys coming around, curling around for shots. There's no Spanish pick and roll. Everything is basic pick and roll. Do you think he's
I don't even see that much pick and roll, to be honest with you.
Yeah. See, to me, is he just holding out the playbook a little bit to try and perfect defense first, and then if they get the defense spot on, then he's going to open up the offensive playbook?
Not a quarter through the season, Joe.
Yeah.
I don't think Tibbs has an offensive playbook. I'm being real. I don't think he has an offensive playbook. I saw it was a timeout, and the thing about I like about NBA league passes, you kind of get like in-depth looks at the huddles and everything. Mm-hmm. And so they were in a timeout, right? And Tibbs they were just sitting there. And like they were getting the ball back. And Tibbs they were just sitting there. And I don't know if they've already like went over the play. They were just sitting there, not even discussing what was going on. I'm just like, this is a good time to, talk about more things than just the next play, set up and how you want the offense to run and everything. But they were just sitting.
Right.
And I was like, I found that strange during one of the timeouts that they weren't really going over the offensive plays, like the next offensive series. I've been on record so many times. It's like I wish Tibbs would have brought in someone specifically for the offense because
even if he did, we're only as good as our roster, though.
Well, no, I mean, here's the thing: you can have a system, right? That I think we can agree that I don't think Tibbs. Interesting thing, we believe that Alec Burks can score, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we believe.
I mean, we
were fooled at the beginning of the year, and he hasn't really.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, but
I thought he was efficient tonight. To be honest,
he has 7 points,
but on 5 shots in 23 minutes, he had 6 rebounds, and he was a +4.
So, but here's the thing, and I said this a couple games ago. Is it me, or and this comes from a system, right? The small forward system, the small forward position in Tibbs' system gives you nothing because you have 3 players. Say what you want about all 3 of them, and we know I can't stand one of them. But it's ridiculous. Like whenever someone who's playing a small forward position always has like the same number of shots and opportunities, and it's like that position is basically just being ignored, phased out, because it can't be Bullocks, Burks, and Knox not giving you anything from the same position. Like, is it the players or is it how Tibbs uses the players in that position?
No, I think RJ is playing the 3, and Burks is at the 2. Because Burks to me
doesn't seem that way.
No, you don't really know on the court, but when you look at just Burks is a little bit more of a guard, because he's played point in college and he's been a
I say it's 3 because when they announce the starting lineups, they say at the forward position they call out Alec Burks. They called out Reggie Bullock when they announced the starting lineups at the small forward position.
And Barrett was feasting on that little backcourt tonight too.
Yeah, and so it's like
he could have feasted more.
Is it me or is it Tibbs just isn't using the 3 position to do anything?
Well, I think it's a common problem amongst just the roster itself, because I'll show you a perfect example, right? And we just talked about it. What's his name? Colin Sexton is what, 6'1", 6'2"?
Correct.
About there you go.
Darius Garland is about 6'2", 6'3". And there was only one time tonight that they put RJ Barrett in the post against one of them, and he had an and one. And I'm thinking to myself, like, I would have made the game a lot easier for myself, especially that the starting 5 was getting off to a rough start, and be able to get easy points, have the defense move, and create 2-on-1s, because they're going to have to double that at some point.
Yeah, and let him do a Julius. If they double, let him kick it out like Julius does. And exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Goose, you know what's funny?
What also a little bit that he's playing, when you see him, he's playing, there's a lot of ISO.
Too much ISO.
Yeah, especially when Rivers comes in. He dribbles way too much, Rivers.
Randall's and River, it's a lot of ISO.
Yes.
What annoys me, though, it's basic plays is pick and roll or come down. You see Peyton is, you can tell as soon as it's inbounded, Peyton's going down the court, he's going to his right side, and he's handing it off to Randall. And when Randall's not on the court with him or isn't open, Peyton's going to the hole. That's why Peyton was getting scored, which was 13. It's a couple of 20-point games earlier on. Now teams know if Randall's locked down, Peyton's going to the hole, so they're cutting the hole off. And now he's struggling.
Yeah.
There's none of this. The point guard play out of Tibbs' system is basically, and the thing is, Randall doesn't look like he's facilitating as much anymore. At the beginning, it was ball in Randall's hands. Now it seems to be a lot in Quickley's hand, but there's no pass and flow to it. It's usually Quickley's going to the hole, or it's RJ going to the hole. There's always just someone going to the hole, either looking for the basket or looking for the kick out. There's no off-ball screens. There's no fast ball movement.
Yeah.
The only bit of ball movement I seen was when Obi was on the court. Obi started moving the ball, which impresses me, moving the ball around.
Right.
But it's just too much. Too much. Give it to Randall, draw the double team, kick it out. And teams are copping onto it. And eventually,
Of
teams are
course
going
they
to
are.
start watching that paint for Quickley. Don't be surprised if Quickley's numbers go down a little bit because the game's too one-dimensional. It's either have Quickley out for a three or Quickley's going in for a floater or going to the paint. And they're going to start watching that.
Of course.
So Tibbs
Absolutely.
is going to have to change it up because you can't just rely on the defense and try and have teams under 80 points every night and you barely able to maybe scratch 85 or 90.
Yeah.
He's got to open it up. And the thing with Peyton that annoys me on the floor is, right, so if you're not going to use a traditional point guard, right, and if you're going to run the offense through Randall, why is Peyton out there? Peyton's no good.
Defeats the purpose.
He has no effect without the ball. He can't shoot. He doesn't cut. He doesn't move without the ball. So why don't you just have a shoot? Like, that's why I don't mind putting Rivers at point guard because at least he can affect you. He can shoot. That's just annoys me a little bit about what like I know you have to trust in Tibbs because we're winning games and we're a lot more competent of a front office, but you still have to wonder. It's like what is this?
These are
Basic.
issues that are going to affect us long
This
term.
is high school basketball, like, and you're playing this in the NBA. Just pick and roll, kick it out. Pick and roll, kick it out. Give it to Randall. Draw the double team, kick it out. You need to mix it a little bit.
Here's another thing too. I thought Obi had good minutes tonight.
Yeah.
And I wish I would have seen him play a little bit more.
Yeah.
And that's what annoyed me in the fourth quarter. He had Obi out there for about 4 or 5 minutes. I was like, we're up by 20, leave it. And what did he do? He took Obi out. He brought Randall. He brought RJ and back.
They finished the game.
The game was over. There was 4 minutes left.
Finished the game.
Like, what are you doing? We want to see this guy. You're complaining because he said in interviews, Obi needs to get his timing back. How is he going to get his timing back when he's basically playing 15 minutes a game, not even 15 minutes a game? And also what I wanted to see was when they had Allen on the floor and Mitch and Noel were in foul trouble, I want him to put Randall at the 5 and put Obi at the 4 and see how that worked.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey,
give me 5 minutes of that and just see how it worked.
I talked to Guillermo tonight before he went on his broadcast, and I said to him, while the game was going on, obviously, and I said to him, I'm not sure, but I think Obi is studying Noah, Joakim Noah tape. I said, did you see the intensity of him setting screens? He was running down, like, energy-wise. Did you see his energy tonight? He was running. He was
Obi,
setting those.
you talk about, right?
Obi
had a lot of energy tonight. I agree.
He had energy, but he was setting those screens. And I said to Guillermo, man, I think he's watching some Noah film because he has that. Noah had that crazy energy. And that he do, and he's like all serious about this, and he's setting screens, and I said, whoa. So I was really, really happy, but it leads us to a question, Mr. Hoodie Kev. Kevin's minutes may be impacted by what we saw on Obi tonight.
No, it's not even that.
No, I don't think it's Obi's taking minutes.
Oh no, let Kev go.
Yeah, I don't think Obi's taking minutes from
not yet.
Knox.
I think not yet.
Because they play 2 different positions, so I don't think Obi's going to have anything to do with Knox's minutes.
You don't think the way he was going around, and just meaning, unfortunately, Kevin only had no points. He only had 1 rebound, and my notes was a Windler on 1 backdoor by Windler and 1 3 by Windler, and they hooked him. He was
damn it, Steven. I was going to bring that up.
We're brothers.
And I was going to bring it up to the reason why, and it's not to go on the Kevin Knox
not at
bash
all.
train. It's just that if you want to find out why Kevin Knox can't get more minutes, it's those reasons. He gives up a backdoor or 2 every time he's out there.
Every time. Or
if you don't play defense, you don't play. That's the way it's going to be under Tibbs.
And he has a quick hook with him too.
It upsets me because Knox showed promise coming in that he was hitting corner threes. He was playing defense. Worst comes to worst, he was going to be a 3-and-D guy, a role player that you could use. And I want to see Knox do well, but At this point, I'm worried if when Bullock comes back, where's his minutes going to come from?
The funny thing about Bullock is they haven't even heard anything about Reggie Bullock since he's been out. Like nothing. There's been no updates or anything.
It's day to day every time I look.
Guys, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Emmanuel Quickley. I thought he had a bad first half.
He did.
But
just real quick, let me just do this for you. His first half numbers were his first half numbers were 5 points, 2 for 4 shooting, 1 for 3 from 3, 1 rebound, no assists, and 3 personal fouls.
Yeah, and he also just did a bad job of facilitating when he had to.
Yep.
But in the second half, right, it's a tale of two halves, and we could already see that Emmanuel Quickley is very streaky. He just exploded. And when he gets going, it changes the whole dimension of the team. So I hear a lot that Quickley should have started. Quickley should be with the second unit. But if the starting unit continues these slow starts, what will it take for a change to finally be made until where these slow stops can stop? And because we continue these slow stops against the schedule we'll go up against, we're going to be in a hole early. And we just don't have the firepower or the pace or the ability to create turnovers in order to get back when we have deficits.
The one thing I would anticipate is Tibbs will probably continue to start Peyton because of the defense, however sporadic his game is to start. What I would hope Tibbs eventually does is give Peyton a quicker hook when he's not playing well and insert Quickley. Right now he's inserting Quickley most times like 5 minutes left in the first quarter. You know what I mean? Give him a quicker entry. To me, I like Quickley being on the court at the end of the game. But if you're gonna start Peyton, you know, I have this conspiracy theory that I think Peyton got a picture of Tibbs and Speedos or something in his wallet. That
that's an ugly thought.
He's holding over his head.
But come over in a Speedo.
To your point, there is something strange going on with that.
So with that said, with all jokes aside, I would like to see Tibbs have a quicker hook on Peyton when he's not playing well. You know, come to that realization faster, and then give Quickley an earlier entry into the game and see if he's able to produce.
Now, who came in first tonight? Was it Rivers or Quickley, or did they both come in at the same time?
Same time, I think.
I think the same time.
Okay. Because Rivers came off the bench first against Utah, so trying to see the trend with that.
Go ahead, Joe.
Just what I want to say quick was, do you know what I think is going to happen? I think this Derrick Rose and Lonzo Ball stuff is real. And I think Derrick Rose is see, to me, I always thought I would love Lonzo with this team, but we play too slow for Lonzo. Lonzo needs a fast pace up and down the court game. He doesn't suit the half court. That's why he's struggling over with Pelicans under Stefan Gundy, because he plays a half court the same as Tibbs under the same tree, the Van Gundy tree, half court offense. And I think the Derrick Rose thing is real. And I think it'll be sooner or later what they might do is give up Frank in a second or something to get him. Or they're going to maybe go get somebody else. I think it's because it is too early to bring Quickley in. And I think they'll bring in another vet just in case Quickley's having off nights and split the minutes down the middle at 24 apiece, as they've been doing with Peyton. But the thing is, at least with Rose, you're going to get a little bit of production. With, as I said on Legion and Knicks podcast, I was like, with Peyton is like playing with 4 men on offense and 4.5 men on defense.
You know, in the long run, because Quickley is a kind of a tweener, in the long run, what I see Quickley settling in as is a 6-man.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, not at all.
Instant offense off the bench.
Not at all.
He could be like Lou Williams. He can get 30 minutes. He'll play minutes at the 2 and minutes at the 1.
Because, like I said, as you see with him, you see and it's just a small sample size, the evolution of Emmanuel Quickley, where he used to be a facilitator, now he's just looking to get a shot. Way more than he is to orchestrate an offense.
But he's so young
He had
in
his
his
moments in the
career.
second half, though.
He made a bounce pass. He tonight.
No. I'm just.
That the kid is showing nuances that, it's still new to him. And again, no summer camp, no all these things that it's all coming together. But he's making a couple of passes, and I'm like,
No, it's not that. It's
wow.
just that can we just say that right now he's looking to shoot first
No doubt. He's
Yeah,
a
absolutely.
chucker.
right now.
He's a chucker, man.
I mean, and again, if that's what he's more comfortable with, if that's what he feels like, okay, I'm going to, even on bad nights, he's putting them up.
I'm
He had that
not.
little John Stark cinema.
I'm not gonna be so quick to relegate him as a 6-man. I really want to see what he could do with a starting lineup in a 5 to 7 game span. Because he would just help him out so much in so many ways, just with him being on the court. So I that's what I'm saying. Like, where I would hold off on Derrick Rose, and I would experiment that first before I would go that route.
Well, if the articles are anything to believe, it's Thibodeau that's pushing for Derrick Rose. Not Leon Rose. It's Tom Thibodeau is the one who went to Leon Rose and said, I would like Derrick Rose. And so, Tom Thibodeau wants to get one of his favorite players. And we all know what that means. That if Derrick Rose does find himself back in New York, that he's going to be penciled in as a starter.
I don't like the smell of that.
Yeah.
It just didn't feel well when it came out of your mouth.
I don't.
That's what she said.
To me, that's just kind of the reality of what it is. We all know Tibbs loves D Rose. He loves his veterans.
But he has a twinkle in his eye for Quickley, though, when he talks. And also what we were saying
What's
earlier.
twinkle is bigger, the one he has for D Rose?
I think he's smart enough to know that this is not the D Rose he had.
When I have a question. When Tibbs got him in Minnesota, was D Rose the starter in Minnesota?
No, come off the
No.
bench.
Who was the starting point guard for Minnesota?
Jeff Teague, I believe.
Jeff Teague. See, the thing, he brings Derrick Rose in because he knows what he's going to get from him. He knows the system, and he knows that Derrick Rose could basically do for us what Detroit planned to do for him with Killian Hayes. They split the minutes down the middle, and Derrick Rose mentors him. And I think if the Knicks bring him in, they'll take him in, and then they'll sign him to a cheap 1-year deal for next year. And draft a point guard, sign one.
So that means Quickley would start.
Well, Derrick Rose could start because I don't think he's going to go with if he was going to start. He'll start Rose and have Quickley come off the bench and they'll split the minutes.
Yeah,
if there's nights that Quickley's off, these Rose, you know what you're going to get from him. At least he can shoot a little bit.
Yeah, I just don't think Tom Thibodeau wants to start Emmanuel Quickley because there's no point of him not doing it by now. There's just no point. If Tom Thibodeau wanted to start Emmanuel Quickley, he would have been did it.
Yeah. Hey, our brother Ghetto Intellect, who I love his takes as always, his wisdom. He said Quickley's defense will get Mitch in foul trouble if he starts, and he's not lying. That's part of his game. They're going.
I actually thought he wasn't bad tonight, though.
He wasn't bad tonight, but I think GI, as always, has insight that it's been a turnstile there. Getting to the basket,
especially with the screen. He does not know how to fight over screens.
Yeah.
So here's my question, and I don't want to look too forward because we're still talking about tonight's game. Is what do you all expect from Quickley Sunday?
We'll see. Because I think he's streaky right now.
Yep, and Beverly's
mind you, you know the team he's going up against. The players at the position on the team he's going up against.
And Kawhi and Paul George will be there.
Yeah.
Well,
they play tonight.
Are you sure they're not going on their road? They're not going on that road trip. They're at home. They were at home tonight. They're not going on the road trip.
No, they play tonight.
Yeah, but they don't play tonight. They play in LA. I think the road trip begins with us. No. I thought I seen
Yeah, I mean, Joe, they played tonight though.
Yeah, no, but that was in LA, but I don't think they're bringing them on the road trip. They have us. I think they have the Nets. They go to Washington and then they go back home west. I don't think
they're
bringing
not
them
going
on
to
the
play
road.
Paul George and Kawhi Leonard for 4 games.
Well, they done it a lot last year. That's why I brought up the fact that Kawhi
I mean, I
might
can
be
see if you
out of
played
there.
if you didn't play them a game, that's different. But you're not going to sit your best players for 4 straight games.
And they got a day in between, Joe. I think they're going to play.
Okay. I thought I seen somewhere that they weren't going on the road trip or something. I know they just come back, I think, from the COVID protocols.
Yeah, so the Clippers beat the Magic tonight 116-190. And Kawhi had 24. Paul George had 26.
How many minutes they played, Steven?
28 for George, 28 for 29 for Leonard, 28 for Nicholas Batum.
Yeah, we'll see.
Nicholas Batum's just been a steal.
He has.
Now, where did that come from?
Yeah,
he was
fits
stealing money
their construct very well.
Fountain of youth or something. I don't know. Reggie Jackson's their point guard. So thank you PBD in the chat saying that Patrick Beverly is out. So that'll have a lot to do with Patrick Beverly out because he's good on that.
And Reggie don't play no defense.
Reggie don't play no defense as we've seen. So,
yeah, but Quickley might have his hands full defensively on Lou Will, but I think he can have his way from offensively, and they play very much alike. So I also thought that's who Quickley was studying. I think was Lou Will. He said
he had 9 points tonight. Lou Will 4 for 11.
And I think Quickley's crab game is getting better and better as each game goes by, which is going to be a big move for him.
Yeah, you know what I think it'll be a big move for him? The first time he has 2 games or 3 games where he nailed, because now he's inconsistent. He'll have the big game and then he goes quiet for a game and then he has a big game and then he'll go quiet. The first time I think he starts doing that, hitting a few, his confidence level will go to another level. So
absolutely. I thought R.J. Barrett was very good tonight. I thought he was very aggressive. I thought he was efficient.
So Barrett, everyone, 24 points tonight, 8 for 19 shooting, 2 for 5 from 3, 6 for 7 from the foul line. Hey, he's made major improvement on that foul shooting. 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, 3 turnovers, but 24 points.
And a plus 27.
And a plus 27. Thank you, my friend. Plus 27. And
you think RJ set the tone? I think RJ he set the tone at the beginning. We were struggling. He got hot.
Yeah, but like Dave said, why didn't they start feeding him with the mismatches because of that small backcourt?
I don't know.
You would have ate him alive.
Yeah.
I don't think that's on Tibbs too. I think that could be just on point guard IQ.
Yeah.
No, I mean, when you have 4 other guys on the court, and then you got a coaching staff on the side, nobody pointed that out.
Well, he's
only
what,
done
6'6",
once and 2 halves.
Yeah, and he's what 6'6", 6'7", and then he's up against guards that are what 6'2".
And brolic.
Yeah, and then do skinny guys.
He would have ate them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I don't understand it.
Yeah, he should have been posting up a lot on them.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, a lot of the shows and a lot of people have been talking about Bradley Beal lately. But the one stat that I saw of Bradley Beal that I thought about over the last couple of days is Bradley Beal has a 38% usage rate, which is massive.
It is.
So a 38% usage rate, what would that, do to the chemistry with an RJ and a Randall who like having, so much of a use, the ball or have a high usage rate too? They'd be greatly impacted.
Well, do you know what? It'd be a good thing for Randall because it'll keep Randall in the post. They'll take the ball out of his hands a little bit. I think it'd force RJ to get better at shooting.
Yeah.
Big question with a Beal presence is what are we giving up?
Yeah, I agree.
What's the price tag?
Yeah.
Kevin, we can't hear you, buddy.
I was saying, if you got Bradley Beal, either RJ or Julius are going to be included in that trade.
Yeah,
It's
I was
just
Not
thinking the same thing.
necessarily.
no, very necessarily, because here's why. Let's look at all the trades. Let's look at the last 5 superstar trades, right? The team that traded away the superstar player has gotten in return a player that has averaged 20 points a game. So they've given up a superstar, but they still filled the void. Like, even let's say James Harden. In return, they got Victor Oladipo. You know, look what the New Jersey.
For Brooklyn.
They'll always be New Jersey to me. Brooklyn gave up LeVert and Allen and like 4 draft picks. So they gave up a guy that's averaging 20 points a game.
And Torian Prince.
Oh, and Torian
Prince. Thank you.
And got James Harden. And this is what I got upset about last night is I'm going on all these shows and it's like, let's just give him Frank DSJ and Knox and some picks. And it's like, no. That's what.
But hey, Kev, but let me ask you this question. When we traded for Melo, who was the 20-point scorer we gave up to get Melo?
When we traded for Melo, we gave up a bunch of players who were averaging double digits.
I know that, but it's the same thing. But we didn't give up
It is
a
different
star.
because here's the thing: Frank and DSJ aren't even playing. They're not playing. Knox is barely playing now. Even when he wasn't even doing that much. So it's like
he's barely playing when he is playing.
And so it's like, okay, and you're not going to get any. Like I gave the analogy, the freeze. I said, let's say you have like a 2002 Honda Electra, right? And you kind of fix it up a little bit, and you go to the Mercedes-Benz dealership, and he's like, hey, I want to trade my Electra in for your 2020 Mercedes-Benz C-Class. The dealer's going to look at you like you are insane.
Right.
Yeah.
And don't forget with that Melo trade, Steven, is that Wilson Chandler was averaging about 15 points a game that season.
Gallo.
Raymond Felton was at about 13 or 15. Danilo Gallinari was at about 10 or 12, and he was young. Timothy Mozgov was putting up productive minutes, and, so that's the reason why.
Yeah.
My take on it is that the Knicks are not quite there to the point where they're ready to trade or make a move to bring in a superstar just yet. When you look at a team, let's say, like for instance, like the Nets, all of those peripheral pieces were playing well and they were attractive to the teams they went to. Whereas right now, the peripheral pieces that, like in Knox, DSJ, and Frank, are not playing at all. The only way that a team like Washington would be even interested in those 3 players is if they were currently putting up the best numbers they ever put up as a Knick. You understand?
Oh, I agree.
Together, like right now, as this season, if Frank was putting up the numbers he did as his best year as a Knick to make attractive, if Knox was doing the same thing, as his DSA was doing the same thing, because teams will see their potential and what they're currently putting up now. Washington Wizards have no interest in taking our end of bench players,
mediocre players,
right, that are not even playing.
Can I ask a question?
So, yeah, let me just finish. Let me just make my quick point.
Can I ask
so at this point, you then have to say, okay, the only young players that we're showcasing that are actually putting up numbers are Quickley, Obi, Barrett, and a young veteran in Randall. Are we going to include any of those one or two of those in the trade to bring in a Bradley Beal?
And if we did, where would we?
Barrett. Yeah, where would we be then? And then what's our next move? Because Beal alone.
See, me and Steven and Leader of the Knicks were talking about this earlier on. I come to theory, right? You do this in the off season, and you do it when you look at Kawhi Leonard. The Clippers are capped out. They have no picks. They have no money. They have no assets that are worth the trading for another big star. They have Paul George locked down for 4 years. If Kawhi doesn't make it to finals or get past the Lakers this year, he is an opt-out. You then you're saying to Kawhi, look, you come and we're making a trade for Bradley Beal, and you're telling Bradley Beal we're going to trade for you, and Kawhi's coming. You make that
But
trade. What you do is you take R.J. Randall and Quickley off the table. Everybody else and all the picks are up for grabs.
again, that still leaves you with the same thing. No one wants
No.
the rest of what we have.
The thing is, you're giving up. Right, what you give up is Obi, you give up Knox, and you're
He's
giving
not
up a
playing.
bunch of.
He's not playing.
But the thing
Obi's
is, Obi,
averaging 13 minutes a game and like 6 points a game.
because of Randall.
So again,
That's
why
not
would a
Obi.
team?
That's not.
Here's the thing:
Only was
you have
just
Joe.
drafted.
Joe, you have to look at it. If I'm a GM of another team and I see, okay, let me look at this. What we got? We got a player who's averaging. He's a rookie. He's averaging 13 minutes a game, 6 points a game. We got a player in his third year whose first 2 years were a wash, not doing anything. And you got to realize Frank and DSJ, you can't even trade them because they won't even be here.
No, that's what I'm saying is I'm not
So
including.
you only have Obi and Knox.
They were never in the trade.
So you're gonna trade Obi and Knox for Bradley Beal.
You're not listening to me, right? So you have a lockdown to get the deal done. Bradley Beal, because he's in Washington for so long, right?
But think about this, Joe. You only have Obi and Knox under contract next year. You only have Mitch, Obi, Knox, RJ, Quickley. Technically, Julius has an option, but those are the only players you have under contract.
Yeah, but that's no.
So who in the world would Washington want out of that group that's showing you nothing? For Bradley Beal, who's averaging 35 points a game.
So, Joe, if you're Washington, who are you asking for, Joe?
Let me finish, right? So you put on the table, you says, right, here's Mitchell Robinson, here's Obi Toppin, here's Kevin Knox, and I'll give you 4 first-round picks, knowing you have Kawhi Leonard coming and you have Bradley Beal. Then you have a line of R.J. Barrett, Julius Randle, Bradley Beal, and Kawhi Leonard. Then picks mean nothing to you because that 4 years is a championship window.
But why would Washington want those players? And you got to think about this: if you have those players, Joe, listen. If you have those players, you're not going to get high draft picks. So what is the team going to do with 20-something draft picks, Joe? The picks going to be in the low 20s.
But they're still their assets they could use to make another move. That's when you're not thinking about that's how. Because when you look at the Nets picks, the Nets give up picks, but what are they worth?
They also give up Karis LeVert, who's averaging 20 points a game.
He was averaging 15 a game, and they were giving up Allen, who was averaging 10 and 10. So it's more or less.
How much is Karis LeVert averaging this year before he got traded? Because I'm pretty sure.
Torian Prince is a good role player as well.
He was coming off the bench in Brooklyn.
Karis LeVert was starting.
He was coming off the bench. He was their
he was only started because Irving wasn't there. Okay.
He was doing this year 18.5 points.
Yeah, Karis LeVert was
rebounds,
starting.
6 assists, 30.
Only when Kyrie
35 from 3.
Kyrie was out and he went to the bench when Kyrie come back.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Karis LeVert's a 2-guard, right?
Yes, but they were playing him at the point when Kyrie was out.
But he's also a 3.
But wait a minute. I think y'all are getting him confused with the guy who got hurt.
No, that's who we're talking about.
Dinwiddie. Karis LeVert was starting.
Karis LeVert
no, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't. He was coming off the bench. The only reason he was starting was because Kyrie was out. And they were playing him at the 2 and they were playing Bruce Brown at the 1.
He was doing
because
28 minutes.
When he was in.
So he was doing 28 minutes a game still. So, I mean, I thought he was starting. But, again, Joe, it's nice because we're Knicks fans and we probably value these players a lot higher than everybody else. But nobody else values these players. Washington would hang up on you if you offered that deal. They'd be like, no, thank you. Because here's the thing, Joe. Do you feel like, let's say Milwaukee called, right? And Milwaukee says, hey, we'll give you Brook Lopez and DiVincenzo and DJ Wilson and some other picks, right? Washington would probably do that deal before they gave you that deal that we offered them.
Not necessarily when you have, because Bradley Beal was in Washington for since he was drafted, 7-8 years. he's going to have a pick a choice of his destination. So either
And when
way,
you want to go with Milwaukee with Giannis
Well, you know
Antetokounmpo
what?
and Chris
Actually,
yeah,
Middleton,
they don't have the money
actually, I
for
was
that.
thinking about that today. I was
You
thinking
have
about that
that,
today.
and
I
you
think
have that
Bradley Beal would
patience.
ditch us at the end of his contract. I think Bradley Beal will after next season because he's got a player option after in the
Two,
21-22.
yeah, 2 more years
Twenty-two,
I
and
think two.
23 season.
No, he's
23
got this season. He's got this season
and next
to
year.
finish with this season and next year, and then after that, he's a player option.
Player option, yeah.
I think Bradley Beal would probably ditch us and actually end up on the Bucks as a
No,
free
because
agent.
Well,
because
they
what
tried
I
to get
what I'm saying
Bogdanovich, and they
is,
signed him before it fell out. So
yeah. And what I'm saying is the only way you get this done is you use a pitch to Kawhi. You get the two of them. That's how the same, more or less the same thing what the Clippers done with Paul George. But Kawhi, no, and Kawhi made it said that might possibly opt out at the end of the year to try and get more money off of them. But if they can't get past the Lakers, there's a possibility he wants out. And his agent and his uncle live in New Jersey. He has connections to this area, so there's a possibility of that. So and if you're using Bradley Beal to say, I have Kawhi coming, if you agree to this trade, and you have the same thing with Kawhi, you get the two of them. There's
Well,
a
my
possibility
concern,
of that.
hey, hold on one
Joe,
second.
my concern with that,
Freezy, if you're
uh,
listening, could you put in the link? And Rob, I see Rob in the chat. It's not, feels unnatural for him not to be in here. So could you put the link in so Rob or maybe Guillermo could get in? Thank you. Sorry, Goose.
yeah, sure. My concern with that, Joe, is if you bring in Kawhi at the three, Beal is clearly more of a shooting guard than anything else. What are you going to do with RJ?
That's a
Are
great
you going to
point. Because
Yeah, but
where are you going to play him?
JD
yeah,
brought up something from the chat that I felt the same way about. He said JD said he wants Zach more than Beal, 2 years younger, easier to coach and buy in. Try your absolute best to keep RJ. But the thing that Goose just said that JD didn't put in there, the thing, Beal is a two, and I think RJ plays best as a two. That Levine could go to a three. So if we got Zach Levine, we could keep RJ at the two and put
can I say
Levine.
something? And I hope resonates something with Zach Levine. These rumors about Zach Levine has not put out any rumors that he wants out, right?
I've watched the interviews.
And
It was
and
about two things in the last few days, though, that seem serious. That people are doing the homework on Zach.
yeah, but they are. But you got to realize, Chicago just brought in Billy Donovan, right? And Billy Donovan wouldn't have took that because, mind you, he left Oklahoma City because they was like, look, we're rebuilding, and we know that whatever. So he went to a team that probably told him, look, we're going to try and win, right? So why would a team that just told Billy Donovan we're going to try to win to get him to come in and coach there give up their best player 1 year into his job?
We were talking, actually, it was on whose podcast? I think it was Legion and Knicks podcast. No, it was Sims' podcast. And the Chicago Bulls fan logged on, right? And he said that the Chicago Bulls will be trading him inside the next year because they know he's not going to re-sign once that deal's up. And his value goes down on the last year of his contract because it's expiring. No one's going to want to give up a load of picks for a guy who's
Well,
going to
people had
expire.
to, and I want Knicks fans to realize this, right? There's 29 other teams in the NBA, right? We're not the only team in the NBA.
But
And
we're one of
so
the only teams with money, though.
Yeah, and the
you
picks.
can, here's the thing, even with money, other teams have money. You can put packages together to fit. People act like, and this is what drives me crazy because Knicks fans do this to themselves year after year after year
But
after
this is
year.
we're taught.
They
This is
they continue to be like, oh, we're going to trade for this player and we're going to get this player and then this player is going to come, and then that never happens. And then the next year we do the same. It's like rinse and repeat every year, and we never ever get anyone that we want to come here.
We're not doing that. All I'm saying is hypothetical.
You literally are doing that, actually.
No,
You're literally
I'm
saying we can
actually
get Zach Levine and Kawhi Leonard can come here because people
It's
live in New
hypothetical.
Jersey.
I'm
And then
talking
if we tell Bradley Beal
I'm
that
talking hypothetical. Hypothetical. I've been down this road already with the the KD.
Why are we talking
Harden,
about hypothetical trades when we just beat Cleveland
because there's
tonight?
not damn. Yeah, wow, we beat Cleveland, a team we should have beat.
Yes,
Let's,
but you want to talk about hypothetical things that
there's
could
nothing else to
possibly
talk
never ever
about.
happen.
Because
We
there's
can talk
nothing else
about
to
the
talk
game.
about.
We can talk about players and beating Cleveland, and not hypothetical trades that might never ever happen because they've never happened in the last 10 years.
So you're going to do a 5-hour show about us beating a team we should have beat.
I'd rather have a 5-hour show about beating a team we beat in reality against fantasy basketball. Yes.
I don't know if you want that, Kev.
My question
Well,
to you is,
you've been talking
careful what you ask for.
You've been talking fantasy basketball when you're talking about fantasy basketball for you, Kevs, when you're talking about Knox being a role player.
I mean, I can talk about Kevin Knox being a role player because Kevin Knox is on the Knicks. So I could talk about somebody on the Knicks right now.
Longer?
Hey, Kev, let me ask you a truthful
He's
question.
not even going to be in the rotation.
I was going to say, how
He's
long?
still wearing blue and orange. I'd rather talk about somebody wearing a Knicks jersey than somebody wearing a Washington Wizards jersey or Los Angeles Clippers jersey or whatever jersey that's not New York already.
All right, then let's talk about that. So how long? You don't think we're a blink away from Knox being a did not play?
Especially if Reggie comes back.
Yeah,
about a week away.
I mean, his productivity over the last several weeks, his energy, his defense, his quick hooks by Tibbs. It was a quick hook the other night when his layup got blocked. He was out a fraction of a second later. He's just pulling him. So I don't know, man. If I'm taking a step back and I'm looking at the tarot cards and stuff, I'm saying, you know what? I think Knox is getting real close to his chance being over.
Well, I put it like this. For all these believers in fantasy basketball, if Knox starts getting DN plays, you can forget about trading for anybody. It's not whether I want it to be, but if
you expand
Knox
on that? I'm not sure I understand.
Here's the thing.
So Knox is the centerpiece of a blockbuster trade?
Thank you.
Apparently, compared to Joe, is Knox and Obi. So if Knox isn't playing,
Mitch and Obi, I think, would be the headliners.
So here's the thing about Mitchell Robinson, right? With Mitch, you can say he's one-dimensional. You can say he's this and he's that, but you can get a Mitchell Robinson, right? There's plenty of Mitchell Robinsons around. And I think Houston, who had a Mitchell Robinson prototype in Clint Capella, realized they made a really, really big mistake in paying Clint Capella like they did.
I don't know about that. Clint is playing very good ball in the.
But do you think Houston felt like they made a mistake?
A 5-year, $90 million.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, you can get a center, like Jared Allen, or you can go down the list. What's that dude's name in the Clippers?
Zubac?
Yeah, Zubac. Or players like that are just comparable. It's like players like that are just, you can keep on getting them down the line. And so it's like, and besides, Washington really likes what's his name? Thomas Bryant?
Thomas Bryant. Yeah, but he's out for the season.
But he's out for the season, right? So he'll be back next season. And he's still young. But they really like him. So I guess if they got Mitch, they can be a stopgap. Because here's the thing, Thomas Bryant's actually an offensive player.
Yeah.
And so even when he gets back, I mean, is Washington going to pay Mitchell Robinson when they have the center that they like, who's an actual offensive center and still a pretty good defensive center? Are they going to give up anything of value for a player they know is only a stopgap till their center gets back?
Yeah.
I don't see Beal coming here, so I don't know
exactly. Like I think it's ridiculous. Like you have Mitchell Robinson is a
player. Hold on a second, Kev. Let me say this, and then I'll let you go. But if we were to get Beal, if I'm Washington, I want R.J. Barrett.
R.J. Barrett will be the centerpiece in a Bradley Beal trade. There's no other ways around it. Then we're not getting Bradley Beal then.
Yeah, then we're not getting Bradley Beal then.
No, you can move Rondo for him.
Or I think we'll go in another direction, a Levine or somebody that's not as costly.
They don't need Randall.
The only thing, let me ask you, Kev, and the rest of the gang, that don't you think just if you think about Leon Rose and you think about Wes, that their style would be to bring in a blockbuster type of player? I don't see them doing anything on a small scale. That they've been real low key, and I think they've been strategizing and they're running all their numbers with Brock for the capologist. But I think once everything comes together, I think there's a blockbuster in the future of this team. I
Here's
just
the thing.
I don't see him being just a real conservative type of dude. I think he's going to go for the gusto, Leon
been
and
too
West.
What do you
quiet.
have in mind, Steve?
I don't know. I just don't think. What do you think, Dave? I just don't think of them. I think of them at their
Nah, don't talk
relationships.
about it because Kevin is going to get mad because it's not.
I'm not getting mad. I'm just saying
No,
it's
come on,
ridiculous
yo,
when you
come on.
it's ridiculous when you sit here and say that we're going to
Come
get
on,
Bradley
guys.
Beal
Jeez.
for a package of Obi, Kevin, and Mitch. Like that sounds ridiculous.
To answer your question, Steven, I think it's predicated on what happens by the All-Star break and what happens this season.
Yeah, because
Right
got all this
now,
money.
there's nothing. I don't think there's anything in the cards that would muster up anything like that. There would have to be some value. Will still have to be strengthened before we do such things.
We just have to pray for a disgruntled player.
Guys, I want to throw
Something
something
like
at you.
that.
I want to throw something at you if I could. In terms of Kevin Knox, there's a player. I don't know if Kevin Knox is ever going to be what he was projected to be. I don't know if he's going to ever be a starting forward for the New York Knicks. But there's a player that I see, and he actually was on the court tonight, that if Kevin Knox, and he's a few years older than Kevin Knox. I think this person I'm going to mention is 25 years old. Kevin Knox is not quite 25 yet. Sedai Osman. The way the Cavs use Sedai Osman, he comes off the bench, he might do sporadic starts based on injuries or what have you, but he's basically a bench player. But he does pretty much. He's a small forward who basically is a takes jump shots. He does have the ability to post. I don't know. You can tell me more if he's able to post up, but he does shoot lane to get to the basket. But if a perfect case scenario, if Kevin Knox can be to the Knicks what Sedai Osman is to the Cavs, and then you want to go ahead and offer him in a trade, he'd be a lot more appealing to other teams. You know what I mean? Or he'd be appealing enough keeping him to be a vital piece off the bench. My question is, do you see Knox's ability? I mean, Sedai Osman being Knicks' ceiling, is that too much to ask for? Or do you see the ability of him? I think Sedai Osman is off. Let's see what he's averaging this year in points.
It's nothing spectacular, Goose.
Yeah, but he's got some games that he's in the high teens. He's got some games. He's
averaging 13.4 this year, 3.5 rebounds, about 3.5 assists, shooting 36.5 from three, 73% from the foul line. He's 6'7".
Those are not superstar numbers, but they are a lot better than what Kevin Knox is.
How many minutes is he getting, Steven?
I'll tell you right now, he's getting so far this season
29.7.
30 actually.
Yeah, round it up, you could say 30.
Or it's really 30.4.
And he's averaging about 13, right?
Was last year, and he's averaging 13 is correct.
I mean, if Knox can give us those type of numbers consistently or as off the bench.
But when you watch the players, don't you think he's much more a fluid athlete than Kevin?
No. Like athlete? Like athletic? Like City Osman an athlete?
Knox has showed himself to be athletic.
He looks like he has two left feet to me. Anytime he puts the ball on the court, man, I just see him as strictly as a catch and shoot Knox. I just don't see him having any explosion first step or putting. I just can't forget about.
Let me ask you a question,
Steven.
Steven. Did you have these questions after Knox's rookie season?
No.
So my question is, what? And this is $1 million question. what happened to that Kevin Knox that was an
Yeah.
athlete that
You're the
was
one that
explosive?
you're the one
can't
better
answer-
than
You got the
anyone who can
inside
answer
info on
that.
this, right, Kev?
But he hasn't had
I
any
You're the
major
expert on
injuries.
Kevin Knox.
Here's the thing,
You tell me.
You just said you don't see Kevin Knox being this explosive athlete when he was that explosive athlete at one point in time. And it's like,
They've
what
been there,
happened to him?
I don't know if he
But
was
him-
I wouldn't say
explosive.
explosive. He had
Thank
some
you.
explosion, but he
I
wasn't
mean, yeah. Well,
explosive.
but let us.
Dave's my brother, man. We think
Okay.
alike.
But the thing about it is this: he was much more explosive. If you want to use that word, than he was now. And not like we're talking about like 5, 6, 7 years ago. Like he's a old player. We're talking about from age 18 to or age 19 to age 21. So you would think that he would still be the same type of athlete.
How old
And
is
so-
Knox right now?
21.
He's 21. Osman's
He's a puppy.
25. Right.
And
So
so it's
Osman's
like-
25. Now, wouldn't you think that in 4 more years, Knox, whether it be for the Knicks or someone else, has the potential to reach the ceiling of an Osman at the very least, because he's not showing as much.
I don't think any organization is going to wait 4 years.
Yeah, meaning they just watched us wait all
Well,
these
it's not like
years.
he's not going to be in the NBA. I don't think Knox is so bad that he won't be on some team in 4 years when he's 25.
I don't
think
know,
he'll be-
man. He's on the brink of being a Theo Pinson on the bench with a towel in his hand.
Well, luckily for lottery picks, they kind of get they get second and sometimes even third chances when you get drafted in the lottery. Knicks, teams don't, unless you're a complete bust, teams don't give up on you that quickly. I mean, you get some
Not
chances.
he is a bona fide bust.
How is he a bust when he's still in the NBA and his third season in the NBA?
Buster's still in the NBA. Josh
After-
Jackson, after
Or
a couple of
unrealized,
Josh
years.
Jackson went to
unrealized
another
potential.
team.
Yeah,
Josh
but
Jackson went to another team. Is playing way better with
Yeah.
is it Detroit?
Detroit, you got it.
With
Detroit,
Detroit
yeah.
than he was with Phoenix, because Detroit. I mean, it's just, and it's true. Like some players just need a change of, a change of scenery, and you see that they can be better because this team's like, okay, you can have scouts like, hey, I saw this player for the Knicks, and he had this, this, and this, and I think if we got him over here, he could be this, this, and this, and you see that happening. And I'm not saying that about Knox, but you see it all the time that players just go somewhere else and are just better.
I think Knox
many
plays better with the more
So,
minutes.
so who
he
do,
plays.
who, do you, who do you have as an example for that, Kev?
For
Because
what?
I have an example for that. For your point that you just made. Who's an
I mean,
example
I
of
was saying about
somebody
Josh
that
Jackson.
yeah, but he's not playing like, wow, Phoenix
No, he's
really
not
messed up
playing
with
like,
Josh
wow.
Jackson. It's not to that degree. Okay, I'll give you an example. Joe Harris is an example of that.
I'll say something. I can give you a Nick. I'll give you a former Nick player, Allen Houston. Allen Houston was in Detroit, and
I thought he was
like,
productive in Detroit.
he really wasn't. Like if you look at his numbers in Detroit, it's like he's okay. He can be an okay player. Like he has good numbers. I mean, but he wasn't like the Allen Houston that was here in New York.
Yeah.
He came here and just blew up, just exploded. Like, oh, okay. I guarantee Houston. Detroit would have loved to have kept Allen Houston.
Yeah, let me do a quick shout out to to our family. Brooklyn Belly, hope all is well. Maddox again, Quattro Cinco. Hey Jonathan, man, I love your takes, but Jonathan just said, I keep telling you, Kevin Knox ceiling is a less defensive Robert Covington. Covington today still can't dribble, drive, or finish, but he could shoot that rainbow three and defend. Knox can be a decent defender. Jonathan, I love your takes, but don't tell me you just put Robert Covington and Kevin Knox in the same sentence for playing defense, because it will never in a million years. He's in another galaxy from Kevin Knox on the
defensive standpoint.
on the defensive side of the ball, man. So,
And the thing with him is he was undrafted. Kevin Knox was 8th overall or 9th overall.
Yeah, nice.
yeah. So
I think Knox needs consistent minutes. I think that Knox needs consistent. I don't see Knox as a microwave. I see Knox like a conventional oven. He needs to heat up. You know, he's not a conventional. He's not a
It sounds
microwave
like
that's
an
going
old
to give you
girlfriend.
instant. Yeah, he's not going to give you instant offense. I think Knox needs minutes. I think if you give Knox, and I said this before, if you give Knox anywhere between 20 to 25 minutes on a prolonged period, maybe like a quarter season, whether it be off the bench or starting, however you do it, you will get a true sense of what Knox can do. I've said before that I think Knox kind of has one eye on the court and one eye on the bench
I
because I
agree.
think Knox
Like
Knox
really.
feels he's got a really quick hook with Tibbs, and
Right.
he plays apprehensively because he might feel internally that his first mistake he's gonna get hooked.
Then
And
he's suited for a small market. This is the wrong
yeah,
place
no,
to
it's
have.
it's a mental thing. I agree, Foxy. It definitely is.
I mean, hold
I
on,
don't think
no,
he has a
because
makeup.
I'm sorry, Goose, but any player in any player in any situation, if you have your one eye on the sideline thinking that you're about to be pulled out,
It's
I
gonna
don't care
affect your
where
game.
you are or what team you're
Yeah,
on. That's
but
going to
Knox
affect
has also
any
put
player.
himself in that situation too, Kev. It's
No,
not
no,
just
but
it's not the
I'm saying,
coaching staff.
but that point, if you are any player who feels like if I make a mistake, I'm going to get pulled out. I don't care if it's a big market or small market. I don't care what team you're on. That's going to affect you regardless. It doesn't matter because you're in New York City. You can be in Memphis, and if you're watching the sidelines thinking you about to get a hook, then that's going to affect you.
Yeah, he only played eight
It has
minutes.
nothing to
If
do with him playing in New York City.
if I'm a coaching staff, right, and I rely on the anchoring of my defense, if we have certain defensive principles put into place, and Kevin Knox comes in the game and gives up a back door and a wide open three to Windler, that's gonna piss me off as a coach. So therefore, that's what I'm saying. Like, we try to say, well, Knox could be better here, but he puts himself in these situations because he's not doing the things that the coaching staff is asking him to do when he jumps on the basketball court.
Let me ask you a question, right? Have you seen Austin Rivers miss defensive assignments?
No doubt.
Yes or no?
Of course, of
So
course.
if Austin Rivers can
he's a better
if Austin
defender.
Rivers can miss defensive assignments and not worry about being hooked, why? Because he's a better defender. Not really. Austin Rivers is no. Let's not mistake Austin Rivers for a great defender.
Yeah, but when
He's
was the
not.
last time you? Yeah, but he puts up 14 straight points, 25 points and a half.
But his no. Like I said yesterday, between the two Utah games, between the 14 straight points, and the 25 points, Austin Rivers averaged 3 points a game.
So he's on Kevin Knox's level.
He averaged 3 points a game between the two Utah games. Austin Rivers averaged 3 points a game. He had defensive mishaps all the time, but he doesn't have a quick hook. And I'm not defending. I guess I'm defending Kevin Knox, but I'm just saying.
It's not all the time. It's not all the time. First of all,
but
Austin
you've
Rivers
seen
is
it.
a better. Wait, hold on. It happens to everybody on
My
the
phone
team.
is ringing. Hold on one second. Hold on.
Okay, well, I want him to actually hear this.
Yeah, so wait, I have a super chat in the second, but hey, Rob and Nick, I know you're backstage. You know I don't have the keys, my friend. I wish you were in here a long time ago. I wish Guillermo was in here. I wish that our buddy Chuck was in, where he dropped off. Chuck said his laptop's in the shop. I hope he didn't have a bad week down in Atlantic City. I hope it's a fixing shop and not a pawn shop.
But
love you, Chuck.
I'm sorry, Steve. Are you finished?
No. I was goofing. You take it.
Okay.
And let me just do this one thing. The super chat, Lawrence Mayberry. Anybody who watches Man, or other shows, Lawrence has wonderful takes. Man, kudos. Big fan of you, Lawrence. He said, "Salute, fellas. Knox plays behind two journeymen. Let that soak in."
I'm just gonna say something. I guess
Thank
Lucas.
you.
Wait, hold on,
Super
Kev.
chat,
Let me
Lawrence.
say this and then you go. That here's the difference with
yeah, my brother's back.
What's up, Rob? There's a difference between
What's up, bro?
when Austin comes in and when Knox comes in defensively. The whole team misses assignments. Everybody in the league misses assignments. But I'll show you an example. Austin Rivers tonight, they try to run about 5 to 6 back doors on him, and he defended all of them perfectly. They couldn't do it. And his on-ball defense is better than Knox. So just on those two things, he's a better off-ball defender and he's a better on-ball defender. And this coaching regime, he will get more minutes.
So let's give our guy Rob. We missed you. We wish. I don't have the keys. You had been here a long time ago.
Yeah. What's up?
So
Dude.
So
What's up?
you
What's
have
up, baby?
you have
What's
your
up, Rob?
little platform. You could talk. You could talk anything. You could continue what we're doing. You could talk about the game. You know, take your time, my friend. What's on your mind?
Okay. This is what I did earlier today. Everybody thought that me and Ghetto Intellect was gonna crash and it was gonna burn. I went on the morning drive today
Yeah, I
and I
saw that.
met Ghetto Intellect. You know, we talked good, you know, and it was two difference of opinions, but we arrived at the same point,
Yeah, grown men. It was beautiful, man. People
you know,
talking
and
like
it
men.
was look, the morning drive was wanting smoke. But sometimes when you got two G's in there, what Freezy told us, he said, these are my G's right here. So now I got to handle the thing a whole different way. You know, I got to handle it a whole different way.
You handled it beautifully.
You know, it's like we're looking at things from different lenses, You got the 50-year-old point of view, you got the 40, you got the 60, you got the 30, you got the 20. And the 20-year-old guys in the chat, they want an instant. They want instant wins because they never seen it. But the older guys know how to build the team. So it's our job to try to teach the younger guys now how to do this. Not argue with them, not debate with them, but when they want to come at the title, then we'll deal with them. But it's our job as the older ones to teach the younger ones about Nick history because they don't know. They just know where they was born at. And Freezy brought that out today. You know, so me and Ghetto Intellect, they was trying to make us clash. We didn't. It was two OGs right there. Kev, you baby OG. You got to quit falling from the okie doke. You 35, you baby OG.
Oh God, I got to get used to that now.
All
35.
right, yeah, you baby OG. You got it.
You'll
Hey,
get used
look,
to hello, Mr. Right.
hey,
Oh
look,
God, I hate when people say that. Like I'm like
hey,
I hate
look.
when people
You
say
got to
that.
quit. You got to quit arguing with the children. You got to
Yeah.
quit arguing
I
with the
was about to.
children.
I'm upset Joe left because I was about to say there's a report
Oh
that
no, no,
Lucas.
look. You know why he left? Because grown folks are talking.
No,
That's why he left.
I was gonna say I was gonna mess with him because I was like Luca said that he's frustrated. I say, oh, I guess we better trade for Luca Doncic
Hey,
too.
look. Only thing they want.
Since he's frustrated, I guess we're gonna trade for
Look,
Luca
I'd be
now too.
frustrated too if I
we.
play with
Hey, look.
KP.
We have to teach the younger boy, our younger team, just like Thibodeau has to teach the young ones. We have to teach the young ones why we don't want instant. Why we're not doing what Brooklyn is doing. Why we are not trading our whole team for three players that may or may not get it.
Instant
May or may
gratification.
not get it. Because just because Brooklyn has that team together, they still not the favorites.
They don't play defense. I can't
Yeah,
see
I was just
Hey,
gonna say
look,
that.
in
They're not
the
defending.
when
playoffs.
you build chemistry, which we're building, our legacy is going to be built on the defensive end. Kev, quit arguing about Knox. Knox is just part of the team. When they come
Actually, I
at you
gotta
about Knox, when
hold
they
on,
come
Rob.
at you about Knox, Kev, you just say just like this here. I'm a Knicks fan first. Whatever happens, it happens.
Hey,
But
Rob. I got it. There's a super chat that says from Jonathan JD.
Thank you. Take it, please.
It says, Rob, didn't you have a bet with Chuck on RJ?
and no, we
Thanks,
never
Kev.
made the bet.
Oh,
Chuck never gave what he wanted. I said 30. Then I asked Chuck, what you say? He never gave a bet. So therefore he failed again. But
Yeah.
hey, look, we got to be more smarter about how we taking our cubs. And the chat is our cubs. They're young. We got to cultivate them. We got to raise them. We got to let them know what a Nick history is, not just the history that they know. We got to bring them. We got to bring them further than that. We got to let them know that chemistry counts. We got to know that trading at the right time counts. Kev, you was 100% right. To get Bradley Beal, you got to give up RJ. Do you want to give up that for that trade? I don't.
I technically said that, but that's okay.
Then that trade is dead. We don't need to talk about that no more because it will cost us RJ. And we don't, RJ is our future, not a 27-year-old guy trying to rock with us. Now, Goods, yesterday I said the same thing about that article that you read first. When you brought it into play, you had a lot more history on it.
Right.
And then at the end of the day, I would like to say that me and you came to the same conclusion that it wasn't Mitch. It wasn't Mitch.
Mm-hmm.
We came to that conclusion. But look, everything can be distorted. It can be distorted. But look, right now, let's information.
Yeah, I think Mitch ended up taking the high road today. Rob, did you see his interview after the shoot around?
No, I didn't. I was at work.
I think he kind of took the high. I think he kind of took the high road. I think he doesn't want to disrupt the chemistry of the team
That's
with his own personal. What he wants personally. I think he's putting the team first, from what it sounded like to me. And like what Kevin said, it's not like he's doing pickup games in his backyard where he's gonna try to make it personal. I think he's taking a high road. I think he's probably had a talk with the powers that be. They probably made note of how his feelings are, and they probably reiterated. Listen, that's we're almost back at 500. We're playing better than we have in years at this point in the season, and I think he just took the high road. And he's still young.
Which
Maybe
was
at
a
some
smart
point,
decision on his part.
it was definitely because
That's
you don't want to be the
maturity.
guy. You don't want to be the guy that ruins the chemistry of the locker room based on your own selfish wants and needs, whatever it may be. So hopefully, he gets to display his skill set. He's still young. He's still
Mitch
young.
wants to be here. You know what? Mitch is from Louisiana, but his lingo doesn't change. When you look at Mitch's lingo on Twitter, he sounds like a New York guy. My guy, Julius, this is my guy. He bought into the culture of the city. He loves being here. He does not want to leave. And we seen that he took his game and he accepted his role, and Drummond got shut down. It took two of them, but they shut him down. And the Knicks won by 20.
Yeah, Nerlens Noel was a plus 24 in 25 minutes tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, my take. Yeah,
just
go
a
ahead.
quick shout out to Sim. I see Sim in the chat. I hope all is well. Two great shows today, Sim, as always. Just wanted to say hello. And also, State, hope all is well, State. See you also in the chat. Take it, Goose.
Yeah, I'll just leave it at this. My take on the whole Mitch thing is only because Mitch fills the center position on our team, and I don't have favorite players. The Knicks are my team, and I just like to see the Knicks put on the court a full, well-rounded team, where other teams that we go against can just write off on our 5 spot as a non-threat offensively outside of the restricted zone.
But that's okay though. Goods, that's okay. If you got scoring at every other position, if you look at the last 5 championship teams that won championships, the center was the least scoring.
Mm-hmm.
On the last 5. Mitch's position is dictated on defense. And look, Golden State didn't have a scoring center. Nobody. Look,
was Anthony Davis playing the 5?
No, he was playing the 4. Dwight Howard was playing the 5.
Some games he would come off the bench.
No, but when it got down to the finals, in the playoffs, Dwight and McGee was playing the 5. That freed up.
Not all the time.
But look, if somebody got in foul trouble, then you had to make an adjustment. But most of the time, look, Anthony will tell you himself, I do not want to play the center. That's why they got Cousins, because he did not want to play the center. And then when Cousins left Sacramento, he left because he didn't want to play the center. That was the whole problem. Nobody that scores on the stretch wants to play the center. Mitch wants to play the center. Look, they got what was Bogut? And Bogut was in when Golden State when they won it. He scored about what, 10 points a game, played
If
defense. If that. So you need that defensive piece there. Don't look at your centerpiece as though you look at your stretch four. You look at your small forward. You look at your two. And then your one going to mix it up the way that he needs to give it at game situations. But you need your five to be defensive oriented to win a championship. That's why when San Antonio won, when Tim Duncan's game laxed, all they did was take the scoring away from him and let him play more D.
As our offense on the 3 spot and as our offense improves on the small forward and the point guard position, the less I'll care about what we get from the 5.
Okay, I understand that.
Definitely.
So therefore, you're getting championship play on the defense right now from Mitch. Championship. That's why any team would take him. Because they would plug him in, play defense. We got the rest. We got the rest. Nobody from the 5 position is scoring hoops like that. And you can go back to 10 years and you will not see a center except for Andrew Bynum in 2007 that gave you more than 20 points a game. Andrew Bynum was the last one.
Wait, what?
Andrew Bynum was the last center to give you 20 points a game.
I'm pretty sure Embiid and Jokic are doing that right now. And have been doing that.
Okay, but Jokic is running the whole offense.
You didn't say that. You said center.
Okay, but Jokic is the center that's running the whole offense.
And
I'm talking
Embiid.
about, but Embiid is not running the whole offense. That won the championship. I didn't say that played. I said that won the championship. Neither one. Joker ain't won the championship. Embiid has not won a championship. That one.
The thing about the last 10 years of NBA champions is skewed because you've only had like only a handful of teams. So is the league changing from historically having centers be the dominant force of the NBA? Like, how about thing? If you get a center,
we can do, Kev,
if you get a center,
Kev, let me just say this: until one of them win it, we can adopt them into the conversation. Right now, none of them won it.
Well, no, because I'll say this:
you're talking about winners.
If you have a center averaging 20 points a game, right? If you have a legit dominant center, I guarantee you're going to have a really good team.
Yes, but it does not guarantee.
So would you rather have a team that's in the hunt? Because here's the thing, LeBron James is holding up a lot. You know, he by himself have handcuffed the NBA for almost 20 years, right? Especially the last decade.
Without a center.
But LeBron James is special. And so I'm not going to say the entire NBA changed because one player is special. Well, Steph Curry is special too. Like what the Golden State Warriors have done.
But
the Warriors have had centers. The Warriors have had centers.
Dwayne Wade, their center was somebody named Anthony. We don't even know his name.
Huh?
When Dwayne Wade and LeBron James won, it was somebody. A center was somebody named
Joel Anthony.
It doesn't matter. They had LeBron James and Dwayne Wade. There's not that many teams that are going to have LeBron James, let alone LeBron James and Dwayne Wade.
Chris Bosh.
And Chris Bosh. So it doesn't really matter.
But no, we're talking about Mitch in the center position. That's the point.
Here's the thing. Like I said,
I disagree when he said that Mitch was playing championship defense. The stats don't back that up.
No, I'm saying that you put him on the championship team, all he has to worry about is defense, and he will adapt to that.
If LeBron James is basically Kevin Looney on another team.
Talk about centers. Kevin Looney won the championship.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. He would be Kevin Looney on Golden State.
Look,
he probably wouldn't even have started on those
more versatile than he is.
Exactly.
My point is, don't think that you need so much from Mitch at the center position. Those 4 other positions are more important. than what Mitch does. Mitch is doing his job right now. Mitch, you can put Mitch on the championship team right
Here's my thing.
now.
I guarantee if we had a dominant center,
Like Philly,
we would be. I mean, Philadelphia is what, the best team in the East.
no championship.
You could. I mean, here's the thing. Philadelphia was a bounce away from making a championship. They were literally a bounce shot away.
It doesn't
from
matter.
making the championship.
They didn't make the shot.
No, Kawhi made the shot. That's
Well,
the thing
look,
about it.
all right, look, they was a bounce away, but for right now,
So here's the thing: it takes a special
Toronto
player.
Look, no,
And they had Gasol.
No center.
Gasol
was all right. He still only gave you about 13 points a year in his championship year.
Yeah, see, my take on it is that Mitch...
And also, Sim from the chat said a bounce away, and they had Butler.
Sim is Mitch is currently on our team, and the small forward and point guard, we don't even know who our point guard and small forward of the future is going to be right now.
That's for sure.
So my thinking is, you know what? Utilize the players you have to their potential. Develop them to their potential. See if they can do it, because contract time is going to come down the pike real soon, and you need to make long-term decisions. We don't know who our small forward and point guard are going to be in 2 years. We will hope that maybe it's Quickley, but we don't know that. We know it's not our small forward. Long-term small forward isn't on our team right now. And people have pipe dreams about Kawhi Leonard and all this and all that. Our small forward might still be in high school at this point. So all I'm saying is let's think about the players we have and utilizing them to their potential. And I don't think Mitch has reached his potential yet, to be honest with you, Rob. Defensively or otherwise. Yeah.
Right.
Mitch survived 3 coaches.
Yeah.
Trier didn't. Look, Mitch survived 3 coaches just because the potential of the NBA of what you see with Mitch is there. Therefore, we're talking about Mitch. Like, let's talk about the other 4 positions. Mitch, RJ, Randall, right now, Quickley is something that we want on the team. Yeah. Everything else is suspect.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's just what it is. Knox, I want to see develop. Don't get it twisted. But Knox may be a slow developer.
Time's running out, Rob.
But no, it's not.
Oh,
time is not.
I bet here's the funny thing. Knox is still going to be here next year.
Knox is 21.
And still going to be here next year.
If we waited on Frank, we can definitely wait on Knox.
And how's that doing for Frank?
But look, it doesn't matter. It shows other organizations, even though he may wash out. Both of them may wash out, but it shows other organizations that we're willing to try to develop our rookies, and we're not giving them away.
Check this out, guys. 4.8 years is the average of the NBA player.
Right.
So time is running out.
No.
Yes.
Not the first contract, their career.
That's
okay, but they don't survive the first contract. The first contract is 4 years. Most of them survive that first 4 years, get another stint with another team, and they don't make it.
I'm just saying, the statistic states that the average NBA player plays roughly 4.8 years on average, regardless of guaranteed contract, no contract, 1 year minimum. That's the average.
You know how I see Knox finally breaking through the ceiling? Is he is going to have – there's going to be a small forward on the Knicks, and that small forward is going to have a long-term injury, and Knox is going to be pushed into the starting position, and he's going to have to ball out at that point and show out of necessity the coaching staff and everyone else what he can do, and then from there he'll break free and he'll become the player that he's going to be. Because now you're not going to show your potential with not 10 minutes a game though, and that's why I'm an advocate, Foxy. I'm an advocate of giving him a longer. I'm an advocate of giving him a longer burn than you know what I mean. That's my main
He has a
argument.
brand
Let's
new
give
coach.
Knox.
You don't think he has that pressure now to establish himself with Tibbs under the same thing?
No, because Tibbs has other options to fall back on if Knox is just giving him immediately what he wants.
Yeah. Hey, Sim in the chat said Knox needs to work on developing his confidence. Sim, I wish he was in here because I'd say to you, we brought in Payne. The only thing I can think next is a hypnotist. What else can we? What can we do for developing this kid's confidence? I just
Let him
don't know.
play. I mean, that's
That's what I'm saying. Let him
at the
play.
end
That's how
of the
you
day.
You
develop it.
have to
At the
earn
end,
your minutes.
no, you don't. No, you don't, Steve. No, you don't. Because Austin Rivers came in here without a lick of training camp, without a lick of practice, and played 25 minutes a game.
But he's a vet.
Exactly. So don't sit here and. But here's the
Hey,
thing.
look,
Don't sit here and say
getting
you have
past
to earn
bullets
your.
couldn't be that hard.
Stephen Fox
Getting
came out his
past
mouth.
bullets
Hold on,
couldn't be that hard.
Rob. Stephen Fox just said you have to earn your minutes, regardless. Period. That means everybody. Austin Rivers, without playing in the preseason, training camp, or any practice, his first game played 25 minutes. How did he earn anything?
Because
He's
of the
familiar
competition.
with the player.
So you don't have to
Hey,
earn
look,
it then. It's just given
no,
to some people then.
hey, Kev, you may be right.
Don't
But that does not
have a
excuse
double
Knox.
standard then.
But
If you have to
Kev,
earn it, let him
that
earn
does
it. But if
not
you're just gonna give it
excuse
away, then
Knox.
give it.
It
That's
still does
that's
not
what kills
excuse
me.
Knox.
People say, "Oh, you got to earn your minutes." No,
It
you don't, because
doesn't
Austin
matter.
Rivers didn't earn nothing.
Did Knox
Man,
beat out
but it does not
Bullock?
excuse Knox. It does
Hmm?
not excuse Knox.
No,
Okay.
but I'm just saying, I'm going with the narrative is that someone just said you have to earn your minutes, and that's blatantly not
Right. So
true.
the narrative is false.
Yes, you don't have to earn your
The
minutes. The minutes
narrative
are
is
given to
false.
people who non-tip that wants to give it to.
But Kev W, that's not Stephen Fox's fault. That the narrative
No,
is
it's
false.
not. No.
What I'm saying is Foxy is going by the message that's coming out of the coach from the coaching staff.
Thank you.
The coaching staff said you had to earn your minutes, right? But now that we look at it, we know that narrative is false. So I'm not willing to just stand by and make it look like Stephen Fox just made up some kind of point arbitrarily to try to bash a certain player, and Knox just fell into the crosshairs. Well, what happened was the message was, hey, you have to earn your minutes. And you know what? This is not the first time we heard that. We heard that from Mike Miller. We heard that from David Fisdale. You know what I'm saying? You remember you keep what you kill?
We saw it with Quickley.
Yeah, remember that? Yeah, I remember that. And so the thing is with Knox is Knox is getting better, but at the same time, and his growth is not one that you can measure his growth with certain level of statistics. Like you can't just say for instance, you can't just say, well, Knox is better because he's averaging 20 points a game, right? But we look at Knox from Knox today versus Knox day one, and we know he's better, right? Right? You could look at his body and tell that the kid has been working and has been getting better. You know what I'm saying? You can look at a lot of things that the kid does on the floor and knows that he's better, but just because his scoring numbers aren't better from his rookie year doesn't mean that my man is not better.
Yeah, he got pulled tonight not because of his offense either. He got pulled because of his defense.
Correct. But hey, let me ask you this question, Stephen Fox. That Utah game, can we both acknowledge that he got pulled because he got blocked by Rudy Gobert and nothing else?
Yeah, he got blocked. Absolutely. But I think it's because Tibbs, he's not showing Tibbs what Tibbs wants to see. And I know,
Can I ask? I have one question. I want to ask one hypothetical question, right? Just one hypothetical question.
Hey, let me acknowledge the super chat real quick.
Thank you.
Hey, so Pedro Matos, thank you for the super chat. The Knox pox is serious, debilitating injury that causes loss of brain function. And Kevin W is patient zero. It's not contagious. Hey, Pedro Matos. Hey, that was funny. And so we laugh at that because we all have a sense of humor. You know what I'm saying? We all laugh at it because we all have a sense
and Kevin
of humor.
knows I love him.
Right. And we know it's family. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But the Knox slander in a sense is one that it's fun to talk about because it's low hanging fruit. right? It's low hanging fruit, so it's easy to say that Knox is a bust,
And we
right?
desperately need a 3.
Right. But what's not easy was not what is not easy is trying to figure out how Kevin Knox can contribute on offense and defense more. At the same time, we watch guys that play his position and struggle at the same rate. So you can't just blame Kevin Knox. You can't say, well, Kevin Knox is the issue. I'm here to tell you that smart people with time to think about stuff should think about, is small forward the issue in general for this team? Because we've seen Reggie Bullock in that spot, and Reggie Bullock has not been a world beater. And everybody else that we've seen play some RJ Barrett at the 3 was not a world beater. Kevin Knox was not a world beater. Even Obi Toppin and his spot minutes at the 3 was not a world beater. So
and Alec Burks has been up and down.
And right. So instead of saying Kevin Knox is a bust, we should be looking at how Tibbs and his coaching staff is managing the small forward position. And to my man Kev W's credit, he has stayed on with this Kevin Knox thing the whole time. And we as a whole have had the small forward position be a blind spot for us. And I'm talking about as a whole, because nobody, and I dare somebody to say otherwise, that they look at the small forward position for this team and said the small forward position has been great except when Kevin Knox plays it. Nobody has said that.
You're preaching the truth.
Yeah, we all complain about Bullock. We all complain about Burks and his inconsistencies there. We all saw RJ struggle there and say, well, RJ, a bigger man like RJ down. No, the small forward is a position of need for us, and it's not the players that you put in there. You know what I'm saying? And so we have these two positions. We say the point guard is a position of need, and the small forward is a position of need. Maybe we need to look at the coaching staff and say, well, maybe they have a blind spot that needs to be fixed. And I'm here to listen. If somebody has some answers, as opposed to just bashing Kevin Knox, if somebody has some answers, or at least can contribute to the conversation, I'm wide open to listen to it. What about you, Kev W? I'm sorry. What about you, Hoodie Kev?
I mean,
well, I was going to say, before Kev goes, I was going to say, and there's other blemishes within the offense as well, not just the point guard and the small forward position.
Right. It's very easy to bash Knox because the small forward position is not producing. But somebody's smart, and I need someone. And if somebody needs to hold my hand on this, and guide me through it, by all means, pause. But if somebody needs to guide me through the production of the small forward position in Tom Thibodeau's offense and defense, then by all means, I'm open to it. But to continue,
you're 100% right.
But to continue to do to like pick the low hanging fruit, like in some discussions, like, oh, Elfrid Payton can't shoot. Dog, we know this already. Can we talk about some type of solution?
Right.
The small forward position struggles for us, right? Why? And right. And the other thing too is why are we just saying Kevin Knox, right? It's the forwards in general, aside from Julius Randle.
Can I say something?
Let me ask this one question. Okay. Aside from Julius Randle,
I have one solution.
What other forward on this team is eating at a level that is at least league average? And I'm gonna get some tea for this throat. That's why I didn't jump in earlier. But my throat, but I'm gonna listen for a few minutes, man, and I'll be back. I'm gonna go grab some tea.
So here's one solution, right? We're last in the league in fast break points, right? And we're one of the worst in the league in pace. Obviously, in order for guys to get easier shots, right, we have to play a little bit faster. And maybe the reason why certain guys are not able to create off the dribble or have more open shots is because we're always in the damn half court. And we have no movement, so therefore it's easier for the defense to go ahead and play tighter on our shooters.
Okay, so now look at it like this here. In our starting 5 lineup, it's only two positions that's really suspect that we really thinking about. If you're thinking about, to some people it may be three, but to me it's only two. It's the point
Point guard and
guard
small forward.
and it's the small forward. Now, the only reason why the small forward is a problem is one reason.
Are we
We're
talking
not
about
getting.
offensively?
All right, no, listen. Offensively, we're not getting the production out of that, which is not Kevin Knox's fault
I'm talking about this.
because
If
he's
you go
not.
offensively, there's
Kev,
three
Kev,
positions in the
Kev,
starting lineup.
Kev. Let me rock for a minute. Let me rock. I throw it right your way, but it's that. But we still say the ones that really know the basketball content is this here. Okay, Knox had a throwaway year, but not the problem is this year with every Knicks fan with Knox is this here. Reggie Bullock is there, and you're not beating him out. And the real Knicks fans say, yes, you're not beating him out. And that's a problem. We already know about Peyton. Quickley is coming up on his shoulder. Knox is not he did make a jump towards him earlier, but now he's backsliding. Knox has made 38 threes and 27 twos for his average right now. So his shot selection, his shots are not going up.
It's either
And the
by the
only way,
basket or three, nothing in between.
that's right, nothing. He's either getting,
Literally.
he got 24 twos and 38 threes. So that's something that's what I said. Once I seen Knox going to the basket, I thought that whether he made it or not, I looked at it like this here. But in the draft, no matter where we win at, the thing is this: do we have to address that position and the point guard?
And we will be.
So we have to.
So Knox has to. If you think that Knox is not getting the chance, Knox still got the rest of the season to prove, like Quickley did. Quickley came up there with the same minutes that Knox had, and he proved himself to get playing time. On what? And he proved that he deserved it. Knox has to do the same thing. And I'm a Knox fan, Kev. You can go. Go ahead. What you got
Just
to
real
say?
quick on your point, though, Knox this season is shooting 18% from 0 to 3 feet, 10% from 3 to 10 feet, 5% from 10 to 16 feet, 9% from 16 to 3-point line, and 58. And this is not shooting, meaning the percentage of his shots, not
Right.
what he. And 58% of his shots are from the 3-point line. So
Yeah.
what you were saying, Rob,
Kev, that's the problem.
that's the problem.
That's
No
the problem,
mid-range,
Kev.
no mid-range at all.
He has to fix that.
And they know that. And if you look at his shot clock, it's because of copyright and stuff. We're not doing it, but you get a thing in the pit of your stomach because the whole area is white, meaning he has not literally taken shots in those areas.
Kev, you love the team, pick another guy. He ain't the guy.
It's unfortunate because with Knox playing the way he is and being utilized the way he is, there's no desire from out from other teams to include him in a trade, and he's like
I don't think
he's
that's
like
true.
Or you look at
what
the
what is
players
he gonna
that-
is he going to be traded based on reputation?
Hey, look,
Based
how many
on
players left New York and blew up? Come on, we can't do that.
no. What I'm saying is a lot of people were talking about trades, blockbuster trades, and throwing Knox's name in there.
Mm-hmm.
People are not going to take Knox based on what?
Well,
They-
look, it's
you know what I
based
mean?
on look. Sometimes the furry of New York is too much for players, and then they get everywhere else and they blossom and they bloom.
And
New
what's
York
best?
is a hard place to play
Yeah,
for. We
no doubt,
all
no doubt.
look,
And then
we
the
can-
best thing
we
for
can
Knox
talk
is
about
don't re-sign
15
him
players.
and let him leave. If he gets a deal from another team as a restricted free agent, no match it and let him move on. So that way we
Well,
can move on.
Long as we
Kevin
give
Knox's
him-
trade value is not high.
Hey, look, long as we
not.
look, it's not about his trade value. It's all about
So,
what. Look,
that's that.
somebody else's trash is somebody else's goods. Somebody else may think that they can handle Knox better than we did.
There's a lot of teams that would be more willing to wait on his restricted year than try to trade for him.
Correct.
Yeah, they try to trade for him.
So
And
that
then
was the point.
a lot of coaches are looking at look, like everybody put Frank straight to at San Antonio. As soon as he gets done, they put him there. They say, "Oh, Pop can work with that." So therefore, if we think that it's something that we're lacking that we're not doing, and that's something that we have to fix.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised if you see Frank go to another team, and I'm not saying he's gonna be an all-star, but
Flourish.
he at least be a key component to another team's rotation. I wouldn't be
Until he goes on
surprised.
the injury list.
Yeah, that could happen too. That can happen too.
Hey, I just wanted
But
to
what
do a
I'm
shout
saying, yeah, go ahead.
a shout out for Sima Singh. He said the problem at the 3 position is that because we have backups and a player who's close to being a bust, that's the problem that we have at the 3 position.
Nah, that's not true. That's
Well,
that's the way
I
y'all.
want to ask a question.
I'm
Hey,
just-
can I finish? Okay. Let me finish this thing.
Kevin tried to say something.
Yeah,
for
I
yeah,
really
I'm-
haven't
I'm
been
sorry.
able to say anything at all.
Really? What about?
So even when you were going,
Really?
I still did not have a chance to say anything. But go ahead.
I'm just saying. So the thing about so here's the thing with fans, right? So fans assume that everybody on your team is gonna be an all-star, right? Everybody's not gonna be an all-star. Everybody's not even gonna be a starter. Everybody's not even gonna be a role player. You know what I'm saying? You bring certain guys in at certain levels, and they fall into the role that best fit them in the coaching staff. And that's Kevin Knox, and that's Reggie Bullock. You know what I'm saying? We drafted Kevin Knox 8th or 9th or whatever. And we assumed from day one, because he looked good in the Las Vegas summer camp, that he was going to be a high-level starter, potentially at his peak, a high-level starter, maybe if things go right, maybe an all-star, right? Maybe, right? But the thing is everybody you bring into your organization, Sima Singh, is not going to be that guy. We need Kevin Knox to keep doing what he's doing right now, as long as the arrow is going up, right? As long as the arrow is pointing in the right direction, that's what we need, right? Because I'm here to tell you, if Tom Thibodeau thought Kevin Knox was trash, he would not be in this rotation. Period. You can book that. You can book it. Because Tom Thibodeau is not a guy that wants to play 10 or 11 guys. Historically, y'all know that for a fact. You've seen it with your own eyes. You don't even have to ask him, because you know why? Because your track record and your resume is who you are, who your track record says you are. You are who your resume says you are, right? The thing with Kevin Knox is Kevin Knox might not be the player that we thought he was going to be. Doesn't make him trash, but Kevin Knox has value. You know what I mean? So and here's the thing also. If Kevin Knox was so trash, how come you don't hear upgrade at small forward rumors? You know they have a problem with Elfrid Payton. You know how? Because you hear these D rolls to the Knicks rumor. But you don't hear random journeyman small forward to the Knicks rumors. We think about this stuff, and Foxy, I'm sorry to take you past you know.
No, it's a Friday night, man. I'm with my brothers. No problem.
Do you have something in that cup? Some magic elixir in that cup?
You got the wrong one on that. I don't drink. Well, I do drink, but very little. About that much every night.
Yeah. So, no.
My wife thinks it's tea. Shh.
And so when you said the wrong one, I know what you were talking about. I know who you were pointing the finger at. What's up, Rob? What's happening? So I'm not trying to start a virtual fist fight with my brothers. I just would like to break up a virtual fist fight with my brothers over Kevin Knox. The thing is, it's so easy to pick on the weakest link. We, as Knicks fans, we always do that. We went from Frank Ntilikina, like bashing Frank at every turn, to and I ain't gonna lie to you, because some of the jokes were fun, right? To get in on. Frank Ntilikina is a 6'4" Tree Rollins, right? That was fun to get in on, right? But now that Kevin Knox seems to be the low hanging fruit, I think we moved our ire from Frank Ntilikina, who's not playing, to Kevin Knox. You know what I'm saying? Well, what I'm saying is, in these discussions, if we want to have the intellectual conversation, if we like to have that, that's if y'all want to have it. Because if you just want to have the base conversation, Knox is trash. I mean, whatever. But the intellectual, but you can't have both. You can't say I'm basic, but I'm an intellect at the same time, right? In terms of the Knicks conversation. So the thing is with Kevin Knox is Tom Thibodeau was giving this kid 20 minutes a game, and y'all are saying that he's a bust. He's trash. And I ain't gonna lie to you, I got on the same show and was like, Kevin Knox is trash.
I was about to say.
I got on the same show and said it. But as a man, as somebody that's mature, you know what I'm saying? I know when I'm wrong. And somebody that's mature, I know when to admit when I'm wrong, right? I'll admit I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying? And I hope y'all respect that. You know what I'm saying? Because reasonable minds can agree and they can disagree also, right? The thing with Kevin Knox is we'll bash Knox until Knox has 3 50-point games in a row, and then y'all will be on fanatics.com buying Kevin Knox City Edition jersey, getting this shit to you express mail, right? That's how we.
I don't think it would take that much, though. I think if Knox scored 10 points, 6 rebounds, and stuff like that,
I'd take 3 20-point games.
Yeah,
that'd be nice.
Yeah, but just meaning, but these continual 1 rebound, 2 points, that's what I think is irking everyone. That come on, kid.
You know.
And also with Tibbs, you saw in the past he loved Butler. You see the way with RJ, he loves dogs, and you can't think of Knox as a dog with his temperament.
Right. But go ahead, I'm sorry. Hoodie Kev, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a lot that I've taken in that kind of want to get into.
And there's a lot of meat on his bone, by the way, too.
So one, and as I said before, we all agree that Knox was way better his first year than what we've seen this year. Like he was more active, more everything, pretty much. And even the numbers will back that up. He might not have been as efficient, but you can see that his level of production was more. And so it's hard to fathom. It's like, well, how can a player regress? And we can all point and say maybe it's coaching. And over the last week,
I'm not going to cut you off, but I want to do this. When we say, see, this is the thing I'm talking about with the layers of our conversation. So you say, how can a player regress, right?
Yes.
But you have to give the listeners a measure of regression. So if you say, how can Kevin Knox regress? Ask Uncle Freezy, say, how can Kevin Knox regress statistically?
Okay, so
right? or something like that.
So here's the thing. So Kevin Knox,
so I can follow your conversation.
Kevin Knox in his rookie season was averaging about 28, 29 minutes.
Correct.
About 13 points.
Correct.
4 or 5 rebounds, probably.
4.5. 1 assist.
Okay. Kevin Knox made the Rising Stars game. Kevin Knox was Rookie of the Month. Kevin Knox was second team All Rookie.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, Kevin Knox has more accolades from his rookie season than any other Knicks player drafted in the last 3 years. Think about that. Think about that for a second.
But that's not fair, Kev. That's not fair.
But it's true.
It may be true in theory.
Make his point.
Marshawn Brooks, Johnny Flynn. There's been a lot of players like that.
Right. And so here's I promise you I'm gonna let you go, but I want to say this real quick. I promise you I'll let you go. Right. But how can you say Kevin Knox regressed and he's shooting the highest 3-point field goal percentage of his career, and his body looks like a man? He don't look like Gumby no more. And for those of y'all that are young and don't know who Gumby is, just Google it.
Man, if you don't know who Gumby is, you're really young.
I'm just saying, he don't look like Gumby no more.
I agree. But here's the thing. So,
but he runs like Pokey.
Steve, let me ask you a question.
Salute time, man.
Let me ask you a question, Steve. Who has more 3-point attempts?
Let's have our moment, Kev.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That was funny. Hey, Foxy, you crazy.
Steve, let me ask you a question. Who has more 3-point attempts, Kevin Knox or Elfrid Payton?
That's an easy one.
Probably even looking at it, it's probably Elfrid Payton, right?
Elfrid Payton.
Do we want Elfrid Payton to have more 3-point attempts than Kevin Knox? Is that even a question that needs to be asked? Do we want Elfrid Payton to have more 3-point shots than Kevin Knox?
So for context, I'm gonna jump in real quick for context. The reason why Elfrid Payton may have more 3-point attempts is because you take what the defense gives you, right? The defense knows Elfrid Payton can't shoot, so they want him to take that three because your point guard shooting a three and misses creates a long rebound and transition at the other end. And Jeff Van Gundy says that on TV just about every night that he's on.
So
Kevin Knox, but let me just finish this. Kevin Knox may have a lower number of 3-point attempts because he's a threat to the defense. So when Kevin Knox is at the 3-point line with the ball, defense is they close out because there's life or death on that.
And he's playing hella less minutes.
Right. And then because Kevin Knox is shooting about 40% from three.
I want to ask a hypothetical.
Right before you take it, Freezy, Sim said something deep in the chat. He said, each year after Knox rookie year, we got better players and a better team. When you get better players, you have to compete at a higher level. Maybe he just isn't competing at that level.
And I disagree, but I'll let Hoodie Kev have it.
But I think maybe Sim's right, isn't because maybe that's why Tibbs is making the decisions he's making.
No, I think Sim is wrong in that respect. But I'll
take it, Kev. Sorry.
Go ahead, Kitty Kev.
I want to ask a hypothetical question for context, right? If the Knicks had hired, just throwing it out there, if the Knicks had hired Mark Jackson instead of Tom Thibodeau, do you think you'd be seeing the same level of production from Kevin Knox under Mark Jackson?
I think Mark Jackson is very.
I know how Mark do with the guards.
Yeah, right. But I think Mark doesn't play, man.
I know that question would mean something if Kevin Knox was a guard. But I think
Mark Jackson had drafted Harrison Barnes.
Well, Kev, you're asking us.
No, because this is what I wanted.
Kev, you're asking us if Knox was in a different system, would the results be different?
Yes.
That's what you're asking.
Exactly.
And we say probably yes. So if he was if Kevin Knox was on the West Coast, he would probably be a whole different player right now.
I don't know about that. I think Mark's a tough dude. He didn't play, man. You talk to the guys that
don't push defense like the East Coast. The East Coast is more defensive oriented than the West Coast. The West Coast got more. They got more. They got more possessions. They run. That's what they all about.
Yeah, I think Knox will be better at a fast-paced offense.
The reason why I brought up Mark Jackson is because I believe of all the coaches that we could have brought in, Mark Jackson has the strongest track record of development. And Mark Jackson, I think, we give Mark Jackson credit behind the scenes, like barbershop talk, we give Mark Jackson credit, but he does not get the actual credit that he got for developing, getting Golden State team ready to be champions. He might not have been there when they got to the mountaintop. They wouldn't have been climbing the mountain without Mark Jackson.
Kev W, can we address the blind spot at small forward instead of just Kevin Knox?
The blind spot at small forward is, and I said this at the beginning of the show, is a Tom Thibodeau thing. Because there's no reason why you have three completely different players, right? In Bullocks, Burks, and Knox. You have three completely different players who have stepped into a role, and it seems like, and even RJ, when he played at the time at the small forward, it seems like it's just like Tom Thibodeau, and it's weird because he had Luau Dang and he had Andrew Wiggins, but it's like here it's like he's not getting anything out of this position. And you've had four players who have played in this position not give you the results. It's like, as much as I bash Reggie Bullock, there's a reason, because it's like, well, Reggie Bullock isn't giving you production out of this
Hold on a
Yeah,
second.
but
Let me say something real quick that Rob said. Rob said the East Coast plays better than the West Coast. 6 out of the 10 teams are in the West Coast in defensive
I
ranking
didn't
or in
say
the top 10.
better. I said
You did?
faster. I know.
No,
I
you
said
said
faster.
you said East Coast has more of a defensive nature. I'm paraphrasing,
No.
but that's what you were saying.
Yes.
And than the West Coast, and I'm saying that
Yes.
6 out of the 10 teams that are top 10 in defensive rankings are in the West Coast.
oh, okay.
Just
So
saying that.
No,
let
one
me
would have
say
made
this
it
to
even.
Kev real quick. So Kev, you mentioned Andrew Wiggins, right? So the small forward position has been a blind spot for Thibodeau for a long time, right? Because even when he had Deng was a great all around player, like a high level player. And look, I'm not calling him LeBron, right? I'm just saying let's keep things in perspective. But Deng was not a 25 point per game scorer at the small forward position, but he was a defender, right? And
He was
so
an all-star too, Freezy.
right, but aside from Deng in Chicago, the Jimmy Butler thing. Jimmy Butler played a lot of shoot guard for Tom Thibodeau, like the jack position, like RJ is playing, like
Yeah,
Butler.
because he was playing with Dang.
Well, that's not totally what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is the small forward in Minnesota struggled also when Jimmy Butler played small forward in Minnesota. His numbers dipped, right? And then when they switched Jimmy Butler to shooting guard and put Andrew Wiggins there, Andrew Wiggins' numbers dipped at that position. And so much so, we were like, oh, this kid, Andrew Wiggins, don't have no heart. He got all the talent, but he don't have heart. But now
She's saying there's a pattern.
there is a pattern. And what I'm saying is, when you look at Jimmy Butler in Philadelphia and Miami, and look at Andrew Wiggins right now for Golden State, one could argue that Andrew Wiggins is Golden State's second best player right now behind Steph Curry. Because Andrew Wiggins is legit an all NBA defender right now. And y'all can argue that all y'all want. You can argue it all you want, but I'm telling you I'm right. Right? Everybody on the West Coast is like, yo, what has gotten into Andrew Wiggins? Right? So the thing is, Andrew Wiggins' defense has picked up since he left Tom Thibodeau, and he's maintained a level of scoring that he could always do. So this thing about the small forward with Tom Thibodeau, like, oh, he could just grab any guy and put him there. He just needs dogs.
Nah, you think it's a real thing?
It's a real thing. And here's the other thing: what coach doesn't thrive when they have dogs? Name one. Name me a coach that don't thrive without dogs. Name one. It's not Tom Thibodeau specific. For us to say, man, Tom Thibodeau needs dogs. Every coach needs dogs.
Every team needs dogs, right?
Right. So this thing about
only dogs get through screens.
right. You remember watching Tim Hardaway die on screens every screenplay? Remember that? Now we have guys that fight through it, and all of a sudden, it's Tom Thibodeau. Which, you know what? RJ Barrett was here before Tom Thibodeau. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Kevin Knox was here before Tom Thibodeau. Mitchell Robinson was here before Tom Thibodeau, right? So we say, and I'm not discrediting the coach. I'm discrediting the argument that Tom Thibodeau, that Tom Thibodeau does not have blind spots. He does. All coaches do, right? Look at D'Antoni. D'Antoni has blind spots, right? Right.
Defensive blind spot.
Right.
One giant.
Right.
Yeah.
Look at Vogel. Look at Vogel from the Lakers. He won a championship, right? You know what his blind spot was? His blind spot was he never rolled the hot hand. That's the reason why the Pacers always lost in the playoffs. Frank Vogel. When he got to Orlando, it was the same thing. When a guy would get hot, he was like so bought into his systems that he didn't recognize the hot hand. He thought it was total team offense, right? It's the reason why you never saw Paul George go off of 50. It's the reason why you never saw those guys have games like that. You know why? Because cats have blind spots. Let's just acknowledge that and stop bashing the low-hanging fruit. I'm sorry, Kev. I'm gonna go get this tea for real this time.
I just, like I said, I look at it and I see the position that Tom Thibodeau wants his team to play. He wants his gritty,
1990
defensive orient. But it's like, my thing is, like I said with Kevin Knox, is not everyone is a dog to be. You don't have to be a dog to be talented, because as much as people make fun of Paul George and how soft he is, I guarantee everybody would love to have Paul George on the Knicks right now.
Oh, no doubt.
But everyone, his biggest nut is Paul George is soft. No one is saying Paul George is a dog at all.
Mhm.
Yeah, but he's in a totally different category.
No,
than
but I'm
Knox.
just saying. No, what I'm saying is, people feel like everybody has to be a dog in order for you to be good. And it's like, no, you can. People look at a person's personality because they're reserved and they're laid back and they're just not an overly outwardly aggressive person, meaning that they don't want it, that they don't have desire, that they don't want to win. And that's a narrative I've gotten, but I've looked at Kevin Knox, especially this offseason, right? And it's like, Kevin Knox, as we can all agree, looks like he has put in the work on his body to get bigger and better. If Kevin Knox was passive and whatever, he probably would not have put in that work. I have seen plenty of videos of Kevin Knox working with shooting coaches. Kevin Knox has stated Tom Thibodeau
Nobody
has
said
called
he hasn't
him.
put in the work. He just
No, people have, because here's the thing. When you talk about a person's desire, that goes into the work ethic that you put into your job. If I did not have the desire to be better, I would not put in the work ethic in my job in order for me to get better.
Yeah, but sometimes people put in work and it doesn't translate into production.
Is it not translating to
It
production
depends
because of
on
the
what type of
system
work
that
you're
he's
doing,
in?
though.
But I'm saying in basketball that he may have put in all the work and lifted the weights and did all the shots. It hasn't translated to his game.
So let's figure out, instead of saying it hasn't translated, let's figure out why it hasn't translated. Let's figure out, okay, Kevin Knox, like if I'm Tom Thibodeau and you're Johnny Bryant and you're Kenny Payne, it's like, okay,
But Kev,
why
here's
has
the thing.
Kevin Knox not taken the steps we want him to do? Or what have the steps that we wanted Kevin Knox to take that have not put him in position to do it?
But
'Cause
it's an easy answer. He's done everything from a basketball skill standpoint, but only Knox can fix the problem above his neck.
No, because the problem's above his neck.
There's other problems too, though.
No,
Yeah, no doubt. But I'm saying his
hold on.
confidence.
Like case in point, let's take it as like let's take it for tonight, right? Kevin Knox missed a backdoor cut, and his man hit a wide open three. That has nothing to do with Kevin Knox's confidence. It has nothing to do with his heart or his mentality.
But I
He
got to do
missed
it.
an assignment.
Mhm.
That's what it is. But then we want to jump into, oh, he doesn't have the heart and he doesn't have what's above the head to do it. No, Kevin Knox, like everyone else, missed an assignment. That's it. He got taken out of the game. But we want to dive into it like, oh, he doesn't have the mental to get in it. Like, no, he just missed an assignment.
But
Tom
it wasn't
Thibodeau pulled him
missing
out.
an assignment. It's done it. Whether it's Doug McDermott, we brought it up against
It's every
other-
game.
It's
Exactly.
every-
So here's the thing.
It's a trend. It's not
As
an
a
isolated
coaching
data
staff,
point.
as a coaching staff, when you look
Well,
into the film studies, because I've coached, and if I have a player and I know this player is good, it's like, Kevin, listen, you're killing me on this backdoor cuts right here. You're killing me on it.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we had to do to get you to be better. It's up to the coaches to put this like, okay, this is what you need to do to stop these backdoor cuts. We had to put you in better position. Don't turn your back to the ball. Don't do this. The coaches have to. It is their
But you
job.
don't think they haven't done that, Kev? They're number one in the league in the points at opponents' points per game.
So if Kevin Knox doesn't get it, then don't play him.
They're
Yeah,
in
but
the
with
top 10
Bullock.
in most defensive categories. So other guys are getting it, but he's not getting it. So is
No,
that on the
because
coaching staff or is that on Kevin?
as you just said, everyone misses assignments.
Yeah,
It
absolutely.
happens. Everyone misses assignments. So Kevin Knox misses the same assignment. Okay, does that mean that you as a coach give up on him, or do you keep working on him? Because mind you, Kevin Knox is on the hook for about $5 million this year and about $6 million next year. And if you put Kevin Knox on the bench, that's $6 million going wasted because no one's going to trade for him.
We're still paying Joe Noah.
Well, this is true.
So $6 million ain't
He's the
nothing.
third highest payroll.
But what
guy
I'm
on our
saying
payroll.
is,
He's got a
you can't-
great agent.
you're not going to get rid of him because no one's going to want to trade for him, a person who's not playing at all. So let's
you get him.
do what we can do as a coaching. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about if I'm Tom Thibodeau and I'm talking to Johnny Bryan and Kenny Payne and Woody, like what do we have to do to get through to this player? And we know Kevin Knox will listen. That's never been a Kevin Knox issue. He's not listening. Kevin Knox, I think is very receptive to the information and the teaching that he gets.
Right.
Right. Because we see it. We see whenever he goes up to the court. We see Woody and Johnny Bryant.
What year is this for Kevin Knox?
Third.
Year 3.
Yeah. So we all right. You're all right.
I think, but to bring the whole point of, are you trying to say that the coaching staff's not doing a good job of unlocking what he does and putting him in the best positions to be successful? Because if that's what you're saying, I can partly agree with that because I feel that way about Obi.
Here's my thing. Tom Thibodeau wants to be the best defensive team, right?
Y'all never answer my question. And
There's a lot of questions that haven't been answered.
Right. Because we go right back to it's not fair. Kevin Knox is being mistreated. You know what I'm saying?
So what's your question?
Yeah, what's the question?
The question was, what forward on this team thrives outside of Julius Randle?
None.
We said none. We said that. Right?
Yeah, I answered that.
Right. But we didn't get into why.
Talent.
And to me that's probably a root cause thing. If we solve that, then we can figure out what's going on with Obi and Kevin Knox.
Maybe you left. Maybe when you left, but I gave a solution that because we're last of the league in fast break points, and because we're one of the last of the league in pace, it's hard for us to get easy shots. So since we don't run, right, and we have bad pace, teams are locked in a half-court offense on the time, and it's easier to play those shooters as an alley book of Reggie Bullock and Kevin Knox, as opposed to us getting up and down the court and getting more shots for those guys.
I agree.
I heard you say that. I did.
Okay, cool.
I feel like, and again, as we all know, I'm also a Jets fan, right?
Oh, here we go.
Glutton for punishment.
Yeah.
You got the tiny violin, the very tiny.
At least my Mets are looking like we're going to be contenders. Let's go Mets. I believe that Tom Thibodeau coaches to his scheme and not the players that he has. And I don't think that's going to change. Like, that's not going to change. Tom Thibodeau's not going to wake up like, you know what? Let me adjust my system to who I have. It's like he's like an Adam Gase kind of coach. Not trying to compare them as coaches, but I guess schemes. Like Adam Gase didn't coach to the players he had. He had a system, and regardless of who he had, he was going to play that system. Tom Thibodeau has a system, and regardless of what players he has, he's going to play that system. It's a reason why the small forward position struggles under Tom Thibodeau. Unless he had LeBron James or Kawhi Leonard, to where he's going to orchestrate an entire offense around the small forward position, that's not going to change.
Right, and so I asked that, and I feel like it's a trap question. So I want to take the trap out of that question. I want to say that the small forwards under Tom Thibodeau are asked to do other stuff, and it may not show up in the box score. Like scramble the baseline defensively, like coverage a greater area defensively, like say for instance in that ice pick and roll situation where the backside forward has to zone up and cover everything from the wing 3 to the corner 3 and the box.
That's a lot of teams though.
Well, that may be true, but it's still the responsibility that I'm looking at, right? And so if you say that, you're like, well, if everybody's doing it, is that a New York Terrier?
It's a Boston Terrier. Oh, there we go.
Oh, here we go.
You can't bad mouth my boy.
I knew
those are fighting Boston. Words. Don't mess with my boy.
I knew he loved Boston.
I want to hear his insights.
Yeah. I think he said Mitch Robinson.
Hey, Freezy, could I jump in 1 sec?
Yeah.
Hey, Kev, let me ask you a question. I was watching the game with Guillermo. A shot went up, and this is what I've seen continually. A shot went up, and Knox was like a deer in the headlights in the paint by the foul line, but there was an element of him crashing the boards.
Right.
He looked like he was paralyzed, and at one point you thought he was taking a step. The ball went up, and he was going to start running for the the fast break, but then he stopped because he saw the ball was in play, but he just stopped. There wasn't an element of him crashing the boards, and I see this game after game. Don't you? It's a question. It's not a statement. Do you see that?
Right.
That
Him not crashing the boards?
Yeah.
Yes.
There's not an element of aggressiveness of him crashing the boards with his size, his length, and everything. He seems like a deer in the headlights in the paint, man.
Right. And so I'm gonna jump in real quick, and then I'll get out of Kev's way, right? Because I think Kev is about to drop a new and plaster the earth. I think that happens, Foxy, because there is a level of physicality that Kevin Knox does not want.
Ding, 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 ding. And that's why we said a dog. You know, he may be a dog, but he's a Chihuahua, man.
Right. And so look
Like I said,
look at that Boston Terrier getting all the physicality right now. That Boston Terrier right now is getting all the physicality right now.
He loves his daddy.
My question is this: do you have to have we have this whole thing of you got to be a dog, you got to be a dog, you got to be a dog, and it's like, well,
if you want to rebound, you better be a dog.
Well,
right.
Who said? My question is this: Kevin Knox is 6'9", he's 6'10", or whatever he is.
And with his
maybe he's just not a rebounder. Here's my thing. So here's my thing. I played a lot of street ball when I got out of high school and everything. I'm like 6'3". So on street ball, I'm like a big man, right?
Right.
I am a shooter. I have like ridiculously long arms, and I love blocking shots. I absolutely detest rebounding. Can't stand it.
Right.
The weakest element of my game is rebounding. Can't stand it. But I'm usually one of the tall people on the like street ball. I'm usually one of the tallest people on the court.
That's because you're so pretty. You don't want to mess up that face.
I wish. But it's just not me. Like maybe Kevin Knox just
it's
isn't
a personality
a rebounder.
But then he better be shooting like crazy, because then it's just putting all. If he doesn't show that he has, diverse skills.
Let me ask you a hypothetical question, right? Say Kevin Knox got 15 shots a game, like 15 shots a game. What do you think he would average if he just put up 15 shots a game? Would he average more than 7 points a game?
Oh, much more than 7. But let me ask you a question. Did Knox have a 30-point and 15 rebound game in his career?
Yeah. He sure did.
There's a setup right there.
And did he look?
No, you didn't answer the question, Kev. You laughed, but you didn't answer. So if he could have 15 rebounds in one game, why can't he do that all the time?
And did he look super physical?
Oh boy, I don't hear Kevin saying shit.
Yeah. In that game, bodies were bouncing off of Kevin Knox because he was motivated.
Thank you.
Right. Bodies were bouncing off of him in that game. And let's not pretend. Let's not act like that wasn't real. That was real. Kevin Knox, something got into Kevin Knox that day, and he was on the glass and he had something to prove. Right. But so while I say the small forward thing is a blind spot for Thibodeau, man, Knox also has to step up. He's responsible for a lot of this himself.
Absolutely.
So I'm not blaming Tibbs. And what I'm saying is in the conversation of where Knox's career arc goes, it's 33% what the franchise wants. It's 33% Tibbs, and then it's 33% Knox, in my opinion.
Can I ask you a
question?
question?
Because
you didn't answer my last one.
No, yes.
You don't mess with the fox because you get bit.
I agree. Woo! But I want to ask Freezy a question, right? I want to ask Freezy a question about something he said a long time ago. Do you think, and I think this for most young people, right? You look at Kevin Knox, right? So Kevin Knox was at one point, I guess, the golden child, right?
Right.
He was beloved and he could do no wrong. And then RJ came. And then that spotlight it was like turned off. And do you think over the last 2 years that Kevin Knox feels some kind of way?
Yes.
In his mind, like like you say, like, oh, he had a 31 point, 15. Here's the thing: Kevin Knox has a higher career average. Again, just pointing this out on the top of the accolades, of any Knicks player drafted in the last 3-4 years, Kevin Knox still has a higher career scoring game than again everyone else. So, do you think Kevin Knox, when you say he's not motivated, it's like, well, he's 21. He had the keys to the car. Then the keys were taken from him and given to his younger brother. And do you think he feels some kind of way? Do you think like his level of motivation is like, that should be me still driving the car?
Hey, you know what?
Like, I want to have the key on Friday nights, and
Right.
and he can have it, and my little brother can have it on Saturdays or whatever. But it's
You know what the worst thing
But
that ever happened?
Kevin could be part of the garage though,
Yeah.
but he chooses not to be.
You know what the worst thing that ever happened to Kevin Knox? On his first possession as a New York Knick in the summer league, he went coast to coast and did a two-handed jam dunk. You remember that?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, who doesn't remember that?
Well, that etched an expectation in every Knick fan going forward, and he's never lived up to that expectation since.
Right. Right.
I like
and then,
Freeze's
and,
take.
and then he came back down and ran a pick and roll. Remember, he was a pick and roll handler. He's a pick and roll handler.
A long three.
And hit a long three that
And
stayed
everybody
in
was
the
saying-
air forever.
Thank you. So everyone looked at that game like, wow.
Here is
wow.
Jesus
Wow.
Shuttlesworth right here. But here's the thing with Knox, just real quick. I just want to say this. So just say it and I get out of the way. The road to success is littered with bodies of people that wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be successful, right? I want to be successful. But on that road, some people skipped steps. Some people didn't have the physical stamina or endurance. Some people didn't have the mental stamina and endurance. But at the end of the road are those that are successful because they didn't skip steps. They had the physical endurance and mental stamina and endurance to look at it as if this thing is a marathon and not a sprint. They kept their endurance up, right? It's the same thing we talk about the Lawrence Tiers channel. Like, yo, why do these guys come on 2 times a day, every day, put videos out and all that stuff? Because Lawrence Tiers is not just one guy. It's a group of guys that believe in the total team success of the Lawrence Tiers channel. That's why we do a lot of stuff outside of what you see right here. Like, we don't just scramble and jump on live. You know what I'm saying? When you see us go like, it's not that. It's a lot of dudes working behind the scenes so that this thing can be successful. And we laugh and joke sometimes. And sometimes we tell bad jokes like Frank Ntilikina is a 6'4" Tree Rollins. but it's not, but we're not knee jerk. We trust the process, right? We understand what it's like to be committed. We commit ourselves. I mean, think about it. Think about how many times a day you see Stephen Fox on this channel, whether it's on the video chat or the virtual chat. How many times you see Kev W? How many times you see Goose? How many times you see D? How many times you see me? Ghetto Intellect, Rob the Nick, everybody, right? The thing with Kevin Knox is, while he may have been committed at first, right? I think the kid wanted to skip steps. And here's how I know that. When RJ Barrett was drafted, right? RJ Barrett and Ignaz Brazdeikis were drafted. Kevin Knox was doing interviews as if he was a vet already. Yeah, we're gonna bring the kids in, and we want to make sure they get acclimated to such and such and such. But what he didn't know at the time was Brazdeikis was older than he was. You know what I'm saying? And Knox is speaking as a vet. Knox, you're not a vet. You're a second-year player. You know what I'm saying? Just because you're not in that new group of guys doesn't mean you're in that old group of guys.
Yeah, you're playing in the summer league just like me.
Right. Kevin Knox, Kevin Knox took the wrong approach to his development and thinking that just because a crop of guys were coming in, that he had made it to vet status. No, bro. No, you averaged 12.5 points a game, and you looked wildly inefficient doing it. You know what I'm saying? You had a great December. You was the NBA December Rookie of the Month, right? I get it. But in success, you have to grind daily, right? And surpass your goal and look back at it and say, you know what? I was successful doing that. You don't look at the goal ahead and say, I'm almost there. I'm successful. It doesn't work like that.
As I always says, it took me 35 years to be an overnight success.
Right. And,
Right.
and what Kevin did, the worst thing he did to himself, in my opinion, is that he didn't develop any part of his game ever since year one.
Right.
He didn't get a stronger ball handle.
Nope.
He didn't learn how to work out the pick and roll. He
Go
didn't
left.
get he
Go
didn't get
left.
right.
Oh, God.
He doesn't have counter moves from when the defense stops him on his first dribble.
Right.
Stuff of that nature. He didn't add anything.
And Kev W, Hoodie Kev, I'm not saying it's too late.
No.
I'm not saying it's too late. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is his approach was wrong. But he has plenty of time to fix it.
Yeah, so my thing is this. Is that a like when I heard Kevin Knox talk and he said, Tom, I'd spent a lot of time talking to coach and this is what coach wanted me to work on. And I hate to bring up the used car salesman, but do we feel like Tom Thibodeau, how coaches, they have that exit meeting at the end of the year?
Yep.
Do you really think David Fizdale was like, okay, Kev, I want you to work on your handles going left, and I want you to work on this and this and this? Like, do we really feel like David Fizdale really had those in-depth conversations with what he wanted? Because mind you, David Fizdale didn't have the second.
But if he didn't, why didn't Team Kev?
But if Knox looks at other threes in the league, why does he need a coach to tell him that he has to do that?
Right.
Right.
He should be emulating the top
And
guys.
I hate to say this because he's 19 years old.
He was 19 at the time.
But his dad was an athlete. His dad played Florida's.
Listen, you're a 19-year-old kid, and like Freezy said, in his own mind, he had this going on, and he was this, and he was this. If Kevin
His dad
Knox
was an athlete, he should know what
if
what
Kevin
it takes.
Knox had David Fizdale had went to Kevin Knox and said, I want you to work on this, this, and this, I guarantee Kevin Knox would not have gone up to RJ and like, we're going to get these kids ready. I guarantee if David Fizdale would have told Kevin Knox the things he needed to work on, because mind you, like I said, David Fizdale was only there for 1 full year. So that exit interview that David Fizdale would have with Kevin Knox was probably blank. So in Kevin Knox's mind was, I'm straight, I'm good.
Let me ask you a question. If
That's
Just
a
real
lack of
quick,
self-awareness.
Just gentlemen, I gotta say,
He's 19.
Hey,
John Morant is 20 and he developed.
Hey, hold on, let Foxy go.
Yeah, hey, I got to get going. My dogs give me a look like I've had to take a pee since 2:00. Please get me out of here. Hey, I love you guys. I love you, chat. I can't wait for Sunday. Great Knicks win. I'll see you tomorrow morning for the Knicks morning drive. Love you, family. Have a good one.
Take care, Steve.
All right,
guys, can I just pose you this question? If this was a normal season where the G League was playing simultaneously with the big club, do you think Knox would have been sent down to the G League by now, or just wasting away at the end of the bench?
Well, I got a question, because here's the thing. The G League is starting soon. So the real question is Kevin Knox going to go down to the G League?
And would it benefit him?
But do you think
Since we're talking about what he can't do or didn't develop, isn't he a prime? You guys are making him sound like he's a prime candidate to go to the G League.
No. What I said was Kevin Knox.
No, that's not a bad thing, though. I think it's a good thing. He should go.
No. So you answered your own question then. But what I'm saying is that Kevin Knox was getting 20 minutes a game from an NBA coach. A guy getting 20 minutes a game is valued in a rotation. If he was getting 6 minutes a game or less, 10 minutes a game or less,
he's getting that now. He played 8 minutes last night.
Right, but that's a one-off though.
No, look at his last few games. He's left. Yeah, he's got 8, 10, 11, maybe 14 minutes. The last look at his how many minutes was he averaging in the West Coast?
Before that West Coast trip, he was averaging 19.9 minutes a game. That's why I was saying he was.
In the beginning of the season was his largest minute per game. What I'm saying is, you can't develop a guy sitting on your bench. But I want to get you guys' opinion whether he should be going to the G League and play some ball in the G League.
My thing is this, and I mentioned this a couple of shows ago. We all know and agree that Kevin Knox is probably better than most G League players, right? So is he going to get the necessary?
We assume that. We
assume that, but
we don't know that.
We assume that Kevin Knox is better than most players in the G League, right?
Okay.
And so is Kevin Knox going to get better coaching on a day-to-day basis from the G League than he would from the Knicks coaching staff.
Well, let me.
I think he'll get more opportunity more than
He's
anything.
averaging 18 minutes a game right now.
Right. And so the thing is, I just want to jump in here real quick. So Goose, your question, it was loaded. I feel like it's picking on Knox a little bit. And here's the reason why. Frank Ntilikina is on the bench right now getting 0 minutes, and you didn't mention Frank to the G League. Dennis Smith Jr. is healthy scratch every game.
Isn't Frank injured? Hasn't injuries been keeping?
No, Frank is active.
Frank is healthy.
Dennis Smith is a better example because he's been there the whole season. And
right.
And
so if you had asked me, hey, Uncle Freezy, should we send down all the young players that are not getting minutes to have them go to the G League and get some run to establish some stuff? I'd have been like, you know what? I can understand that because that seems fair. But
it seems loaded only because Knox was the topic at that moment. We wasn't talking about overall players that are not gaining minutes at all. We were focusing on Knox. That's why I stuck with Knox as
to answer your question. 3 or 4 players will be sent down to the G League before Kevin Knox.
Right. And so that's the reason why I want to clarify, Goose. That's the reason why I said it seemed unfair. I'm not saying that you had to ask the unfair question. That's the reason why I prefaced it. Because we legit have guys that need G League minutes. Brazdakis, Iggy needs minutes, right? You know what I'm saying? So and that's not speculation, that's fact, because he was in the G League all year last year, right? Yeah. And so that's the reason why I asked it. Hey, I'm not trying to be a thorn about it. What I'm saying is
I hear you.
When you ask that, it makes sense if the solution is applied across the board and not just a random guy.
Yeah, I stuck with Knox because Knox was the topic of the conversation at the moment.
Right.
I don't think the Knicks and as well maybe other teams are not utilizing G League as sooner. I think soon within the next few years, G League will be used as a jumping off point for perfecting skills for those kids coming out of college that are not quite ready for the big club. Sort of like what the major leagues does with the minor leagues.
Right.
They're not quite there yet. I think if you look at individual teams, some teams utilize G League better than others.
Right.
I don't think the Knicks do.
Right.
Up to now, anyways.
So just to jump in real quick, I'm not a fan of sending a rotational player to the G League unless it's injury rehab, right? And the reason why is because the cats in the G League are lower quality basketball players, and I don't want to send a valued piece down to get hurt by some goon that was selling life insurance 10 days ago. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. And so it sounds base. That sounds like bad. Like Uncle Freezy just said, a ham and egger. You know what I'm saying? Is going to hurt Kevin Knox. But it's the reason why in WWE you never saw Hulk Hogan wrestle against ham and eggers. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't risk injuring, something quality to the overall organization to some ham and eggers. To dudes were legit, working in the cubicle, 3 weeks ago. You know what I'm saying? And now they're in the G League, and he just bumped Kevin Knox, and Kevin Knox twisted his ankle, and now Kevin Knox is out 6 to 8 weeks. That's the reason why. That's the reason why I say that.
D had given us a laundry list of things that Kevin Knox has not improved on since he's been in the NBA.
Can I ask a question?
And I think a G League, if you're looking at his inability to improve on this laundry list of things that D had indicated, then he sounded like a candidate to me. Rather, he's barely a rotational player at this point. But then he seems like a prime candidate to fine tune his skills in the G League for a short period.
It might be too late for that, Goose.
Can I ask a question?
Hey, let's let Kev W. I'm sorry, I keep saying Kev W.
No, it's all right.
I need to call you by your name. Hoodie Kev, the Lawrence Tears Fatal 4-Way champ. There you go.
I just want to ask a question, right? Y'all remember that stretch of season when we were like just almost depleted, like we barely had enough players to trot out there.
Yeah.
And that game against Toronto, and Kevin Knox hurt his hand, and you can tell Kevin Knox hurt it kind of seriously because he had the next couple games where he was in like had that little brace on.
Oh, he had a boo boo.
No, but listen. Do you think that Tom Thibodeau? Do you think that kind of toughness, because Kevin Knox was needed? Like we were literally running out of bodies, and given regularly, Kevin Knox probably would have been out. Like we saw Reggie Bullock go out with a stiff neck. But do you think like that
still out though?
Yeah, exactly. But do you think that kind of endeared himself a little bit to Tom Thibodeau? The fact that he was able to play through it when Tom Thibodeau needed him to play? Because we've seen, like I said, we saw Reggie Bullock twist his ankle. I mean, not Reggie Bullock. We saw Alec Burks twist his ankle and miss like 12 games. We've seen Reggie Bullock wake up one day and slept wrong and got a stiff neck and missed 3 games.
But that's not fair to Reggie Bullock. Has a neck injury. He had neck surgery.
He had back surgery. He didn't have neck. I wish people say he had back surgery.
No, look at where the surgery was on his back, Kev. It's like right below his neck. It's not like he had lower back surgery.
But the point is, like I said, do you think that had endeared Kevin Knox to Tom Thibodeau? The fact that he was able to play through injury when Tom Thibodeau needed him.
I don't care. To be honest with you, I'm tired of talking about Kevin Knox. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm tired. I'm literally worn out from the Knox at Night, podcast.
We've been on it for over an hour.
Right. And so the Knox at Night thing is. I mean, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I'm not throwing him away, but I do hope he get better. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, if we want to talk about the deficiency at the small forward position, I'm all in for it.
Right.
I'm all in for that. Now about how and Kevin Knox is collateral damage for that. I'm all in for that.
Well, why do you think that is? Like, why do you think Alec Burks was killing it, and then they put him in as a small forward, and he's put up like 11 and 7?
Well, it's like how teams run offense in the NFL. Teams rather use a third wide receiver than a fullback. Some coaches just like that. Some coaches like our coach in Chicago would rather use a third wide receiver than use a fullback because he's from the end.
Freezy, let me ask you a question. Let's get off that. Let's stay on the small forward conversation real quick instead of the Kevin Knox situation, right? Now, I also want to touch on the draft.
Right, yeah. So go ahead, Goose.
So let's say
I got some things here.
Let's say we get the 4th pick in the draft, and we get the Dallas pick anywhere between 12 and 15.
Oh, that'll be a nice draft.
Now, let's say when we pick 4th, the point guards that everyone's talking about, right? Suggs and the Cade are gone. Would you object to picking a small forward in Kuminga before a point guard? If I gave you a draft in the first round, the 4th pick overall, the Knicks choose small forward Kuminga, and with the 14th pick, they choose either point guards Jaden Springer, Jared Butler, or Jared Butler.
Same person?
No, they're 2 different point guards. Either Jaden Springer with the 14th pick or Jared Butler.
Oh, you said Jared Butler twice. You said Jared Butler twice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. My bad. Yeah. Jaden Springer, Kuminga with the 4th pick, and with the 14th pick, you choose either Jaden Springer or Jared Butler at point guard.
That is very tough because so here my take on it, and I know you asked a very specific question. You want me to stay inside the rails, right? You want me to stay,
Yeah, take it wherever you want, though.
So here's the thing. If Evan Mobley is available, I seriously question what I have in Mitchell Robinson. Right? If Evan and I know you want me to pick 1 or 3, point guard or small forward. But if Evan Mobley is there, dog, oh my God.
We need the talent. We're devoid of talent.
Yeah, we gotta take, basically what I'm getting at is we have to select best player available. Is what I'm saying.
Evan Mobley most likely will be gone by the third pick.
Okay.
Because let's say the first 3 players chosen is going to be Suggs. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting the other point guard's name.
Cade Cunningham.
Cade Cunningham and the center you just mentioned.
So if you now if you say Cade is gone, Suggs is gone. Mobley is gone. I seriously have to look at Jalen Green. I think Jalen Green is this class's Donovan Mitchell, except with more height.
I'll sleep on Josh Christopher too.
Oh, and Josh Christopher. Oh, wait, y'all make this
like
tough.
him.
Y'all make this tough.
Yeah, but the problem is, let me. Okay, the only point guards, because every time we have this conversation of what labels players are labeled with coming out of college, right? Cade Cunningham is labeled as a point guard, right?
Right.
Jalen Suggs is labeled as a combo guard.
Right.
Jalen Green is labeled as a shooting guard.
Shooting guard.
So, and Jaden Springer also is labeled as a combo guard.
Combo guard.
So we're going under the assumption, like, here in our panel family, we always have this discussion about what the Knicks need. Some say, well, we need a facilitator, we need a pass first point guard. We need a score first point guard. So rather than have that discussion,
they're wrong, by the way. When they say that, and I hate telling 100 people that they're wrong in the way that they think. So I want to say it this way. I would say to those 100 people every night that always say, well, we need a pass first point guard. I would say open up your mind to this. How about we just get talent?
Yeah.
And
how
also
about guys just know how to play basketball? How about that?
Right. How about drafting guys? How about drafting guys that are physical and a skill mismatch for defenders and offenders? You know what I'm saying?
Why are we getting heat? Why is players like a Quickley getting a heat about not being a point guard? But yet he scored 25 tonight. He scored 30 a few nights ago. You know what I mean? I don't want to continue
Quickly
with
could
this.
do other things though. He is a basketball player. He is talented.
Right.
I see him as a point guard because of his. Okay, in my take, without names, this is what I'm looking for in my point guard. Okay, a player who can draw fouls, make free throws, keep his dribble with his head up and see the full court vision, and facilitate. Now, out of those 5, maybe facilitate is not his strong point, but he does the other 4 things very, very well as a rookie. And maybe in 2 years or 1 year, the facilitation could develop. Right.
Well, the one thing Knicks fans do that other fan bases don't is we project the end of somebody's career on rookies. We do that.
You know, put them in the box.
Yeah, other franchises don't do that. So give you an example. John Morant, right? So John Morant is from the area where I live. I saw John Morant as a high schooler, junior year and senior year. I saw him with my own eyes. Me and my son, he said he graduated along with my son. You know what I'm saying? So I got to see him up close and personal. When John Morant walked into the gym, he didn't look like John Morant. You know what he looked like? He looked like a 16-year-old pimple-nosed kid.
Yep.
Right. And so while the athletic ability was there, you know what I'm saying? Like he was fast. You didn't see court vision and all that stuff. He used his physical advantages to dominate other kids, right?
Well, the scouting report with him too was that when he played AAU, he was playing with Zion and them, and he just went completely unnoticed.
Right, because in South Carolina, athletes fall off trees, right? Athletes fall off trees down here. It's not like and say the New York tri-state area dudes are super skilled. Right, you can see, dude. I'm from Jersey City. I know this as a fact. This is fact, right? Because kids up north, they play indoors in gyms when it's cold, or if they play outside where you have to be skilled. Right down here, it's warmer, more. Right, dudes can play outside longer. Right, so you don't have to hone in on certain skills and all that stuff. You could use ability. You know what I'm saying? So, but here's the thing. The reason why I say that is this. Here's the reason why I say that. So when I saw John Morant, I was like, this is the kid y'all talking about. This kid right here is going to be special. You know what I'm saying? I was thinking he's going to go to Francis Marion or some small college around in the area. And I was almost right. He went to some small school in Kentucky. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, but the thing about John Morant and a Knicks fan, a Knicks fan back then would have been like, "Oh, he too raw. He too raw. He'll never be a great point guard. He don't have size. What is he? 6 foot 140? Yeah, he was about 6 foot, about 140 when I saw him. You know what I'm saying? Knicks fans will be like, he ain't Clyde Frazier. But you know what Memphis fans do? Memphis fans are like, yo, welcome to the family, man. Mike Conley can groom this kid for a few years. But fortunately for both, that wasn't in the plans. The plan was bring in Ja, give him the keys, let him develop without pressure, and see what we have. You know,
he was ready since day one, though. Freeze.
Right. He was ready at Murray State. He could have came out the year before, right? But we didn't know that, right? We didn't know that at the time. But day one he was ready. And you know what else? You know what else happened? Memphis took out all the roadblocks and things out of his growth path, right? They moved everything that would have been a hindrance to his development. They moved it out of the way. They traded veterans that would command the ball. They traded their longtime point guard. Mike Conley will have his number retired by Memphis, right? They traded him away. And they got him. He had a young guy that can shoot. They developed a core. They were like, yo, you know what? Not only are we going to draft you, but we're going to draft you a young bouncy wing for you to play with too, right? So we're giving you the key. We're going to build this franchise around our young point guard. You know what Knicks fans do? Knicks fans have a point guard that was ready from day one also. A young guy out of Kentucky that was ready day one, right? You know what Knicks fans did? Oh, he a combo guard. He'll never play such and such. He don't look like Rod Strickland to me. He'll never be Clyde Frazier. Give Frank those minutes. They never. Knicks fans and the organization never moved the hindrances and things out of Emmanuel Quickley's way and let him play through mistakes. As a matter of fact, you know what they did? They doubled down on it. They brought in a whole bunch of guys. There are a whole bunch of guys that are going to take his minutes and do absolutely nothing with it. Right? They think about it. What does Elfrid Payton do for your team? You saw the game tonight. What does Elfrid Payton do for your team?
0.
Right. What if you're going to lose? If you're going to lose, I would rather lose and learn. Right. As opposed to lose and not learn anything and hinder development. Yeah. But I know we won tonight. But what I'm saying is all those 11 losses that we have, we didn't lose learning. You know what I'm saying? We lost and we lost pouting. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is with Quickley was ready from day one, and y'all can see it by what y'all see right now. It's not like we're 50 games into the season. This was game 20, and dude has already scored 25 points twice.
Yeah. 3 times because he had 31.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So
that's 3 times.
Right. So Goose, you see the distinction I'm making, right? Like one organization removed all hindrance and stumbling blocks from the path of somebody that wanted to develop, right? And let him develop in a way where even when he loses and makes mistakes, he's still growing. Right? But with us though, we put everybody and a mama in the way of kids that's developing. Right?
Because they made that decision to rebuild, whereas we make a 50-50 decision. We want to do both at the same time.
Right.
We want to rebuild, but yet we want to be competitive.
Right.
You know, or we want to rebuild and look competitive. And you can't do that. I mean, you can do it, but it's only going to take you longer to rebuild.
But it's got to be an elite situation. Like say for instance, Kobe Bryant. If Kobe Bryant had gone to Charlotte, he'd have been a very good player. If he'd have stayed in Charlotte, he'd have been a very good player. Probably make a couple of all-star teams, maybe like 5-6 all-star teams, maybe scoring champ.
But because he sat and stuff, that's what you're getting at?
Right, but because he had, and here's a name that's a blast from the past. Because he had a scorching hot Nick Van Exel. Y'all remember Nick Van Exel?
Oh, man.
Nick Van Exel was setting the world on fire for the Lakers.
Was Nick Van Exel a Nick once?
I don't think so.
A very short time.
Okay, but so since he had a Nick Van Exel, you know who else he had in front of him? Eddie Jones. You remember Eddie Jones?
No.
Eddie Jones was an elite. Eddie Jones was the first guy. Yeah, I was gonna say he's the first guy I heard an announcer say 3 and D. Eddie Jones was the first person that I heard somebody say he's an elite 3 and D guy, right? But you know who else he had? Byron Scott, Byron the Frenchman Scott, who had won championships with the Lakers and came through that same path, similar path as Kobe. Highly touted, first round pick. Play shooting guard. You know what I'm saying? And so Kobe's path was braced for success, right? You could legit see Kobe's career arc taking off, right? And at year 4, there was no stopping Kobe. But year 1 through 3, all the diapers and training wheels were on for Kobe, right? But for Obi Toppin, for Kevin Knox, for Emmanuel Quickley, for RJ Barrett, nah, bro, we gotta let Reggie Bullock play. You know what I'm saying? Now we gotta let Marcus Morris play. Nah. I get it, but we need to. Now I get it, RJ, but Wayne Ellington needs minutes.
Oh man.
You know what I'm saying? So instead of bringing in Vince Carter to be the backup shooting guard for RJ Barrett, we brought in Wayne Ellington, right? Vince Carter would have been like, RJ, I know what it's like to be, a top 10, top 5 pick. So I know what it's like to be a star. You know what I'm saying? I know what it's like. I can help you through this grind. Nah, the Knicks didn't do that. The Knicks were like, yo, Wayne Ellington is cheap. We can get him on a cheap contract, right? And so that's the thing that God of Moses and Elijah had been telling people for weeks now, and people don't notice. He was saying, yo, you getting bad results because you're building cheaply. You bring in Elfrid Payton to mentor Emmanuel Quickley. What? You knew he was trash last year, but you brought him back because he was cheap. And now
that doesn't bode well for this upcoming draft. You know what I mean? That's the same front office that's going to be picking our next few draft picks.
Right. And so now I'm asking the chat to just think about that this way with me. I'm not saying change your opinion. What I'm saying is think through this with Uncle Freezy. How come certain teams insulate their babies? Like you see, they get their babies and they put them in swaddling cloths and all these things. And teams gonna talk about the rookies. Like, nah. Let's not talk about the rookies yet, man. We're gonna protect them from everything. And when they're ready, they're gonna shine. The Knicks, we only know swaddling cloth. You got to hit the ground running. This is New York. If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere.
We got our babies running around with a dirty diaper and diaper rash.
Right. And so we throw this thing up. If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. The New York Knicks have the heaviest jersey across the league, and all those things are true. But for one success story in New York, look at all the thousands of failures. Right? That's what I want y'all to look at. Like the thing with Quickley is real. Quickley is a point guard. He's today's version of point guards, right? If you look at Dame Lillard, look at Damian Lillard, what he's doing right now. But look at Dame Lillard year 1 of his career in the NBA in Portland, Oregon, way out on the West Coast in a corner of America by himself. When he was failing, nobody was looking.
But did he win Rookie of the Year though, Freezy?
Yeah, he may have. But what I'm saying is his success in Portland, Oregon. Failures in Portland, Oregon have less of a impact on us as players or as fans as failures in New York City. Is what I'm getting at. Right? Was John Morant the Rookie of the Year?
Yeah.
And Memphis, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Right. You see what I'm getting at? That's what I'm saying.
No, I get your point.
So the thing I'm getting back, and I want to reference Knox, but I don't want to get in the Knox conversation again because it's old and played it.
Let's say small forward then.
but so any guy that plays small forward for Tom Thibodeau, especially on this roster right now for the Knicks, is going to struggle offensively. You can tell because the offense is top of the key centric or post centric, right? It's not wing centric. It's basically what I was getting at. And you know this. You can look at it and say, well, every time RJ Barrett goes to the basket, he just throw up a random shot, it might get blocked. Well, the offense is not creating, in my opinion.
The lanes in order for him, right.
So with that said, then the small forward would not be the first pick you choose. You just stick with a point guard or that center if he's available.
No, I think we agreed that we just wanted talented guys that know how to play basketball. It didn't matter.
Best player available is where I'm going.
So back to your small forward thing, right? Which I think you have something going there. I can't help it but look, right? We mentioned fast break, we mentioned pace, right? Look, here's another thing too. We're last in the league in field goal attempts.
Right.
So there's not enough shots to go around. So who's taking most of your shots? Julius, RJ Barrett, and Quickley when he comes off the bench. Right. They'd probably take about 40 to 50%.
Right.
Doesn't leave shots for nobody. Doesn't leave shots for Obi, for Knox, for Bergs, Bullock when he come back.
Yeah, and so the thing for Knox and other small forwards is, to me, it's not really fair because they're like the seventh or eighth option. And I'm not saying in terms of people. I'm talking about in terms of running the play. You see guys pass that ball around, pass it. And then while everybody is touching it, by the time Knox gets a touch, it's like 9 seconds left on the shot clock. Now you forcing my man to get out of his spot up shooter zone and put the ball on the floor and either create his own shot or create for others. And
by the time he doesn't even get the ball to do anything with it.
Right. And it's not just him, it's Bullock also. It's Bullock or Obi or whoever.
Obi, right. I was gonna say
right. And so they're like, man, Obi looked mad uncomfortable out there with the yes. Because he screened and ran and moved for like 14 seconds off the shot clock, and then you give it to him in a desperation attempt to get a shot up.
Look, check this out, right? We took 80 shots tonight, right? Julius Randle took 13. Barrett, 19. Quickley, 17. Austin Rivers, 11. And that's the way it looks most nights.
Right. So Kev, so based on what Goose asked me, he said, do you take small forward if Jonathan Kuminga is on the board, right? And so in my heart of hearts, I prefer Jalen Green. I think Jalen Green is, dare I say it, Kobe-esque. Legit Kobe-esque too. Jalen Green is a better athlete right now than Kobe Bryant at the same age, right? But the heart and desire thing drove Kobe to be one of the GOATs, right? But Jalen Green is about 6'6", about 170, right? And I'm talking about 6'6", barefoot, right? The dude can jump out of the gym like 46-inch vertical. Probably the fastest dude in terms of foot speed in the G League, right? He's a run, jump athlete that's a scoring machine.
Finishes through contact too.
Yeah. And so here's the thing too. While he's not the strongest guy, he does not shy away from contact. He kind of welcomes that. Like he wants bodies at the rim. If your big man is there at 170, he's trying to yam on your center. Right? Do I pass up that just to get Jonathan Kuminga, who has the potential to be Pascal Siakam type right now?
Well, you'll have to ask yourself back. You got to put yourself in Portland's position back in 1984, because you just drafted a guy who doesn't shy away from contact and RJ.
And then went with Bowie.
Right.
And you want to value him, but you have this other guy, young wing guard player, come in. So basically, you're Portland in 1984. What do you do?
Right. And so to those that don't know what Cavs is talking about, Portland in 1984, their shooting guard, Jim Paxson, is John Paxson's brother. Y'all remember the point guard from the Chicago Bulls that kept making those threes? Well, he had an older brother named Jim Paxson that was a 6'6" shooting guard that made the All-Star team. He was an All-Star, right? But Jim Paxson's backup was a young run jump athlete at 6'7" named Clyde Drexler. So you have Clyde. Now you have Clyde Drexler backing up your All-Star, right? And Michael Jordan is on the board. Do you take Michael Jordan and run with Jim Paxson, Clyde Drexler, and Michael Jordan? Or do you go with this guy that looks like he can be the first Kristaps Porzingis, except he's injury prone, right? The dude is injury prone, but he looks like the first Kristaps Porzingis. He's a dude that can shoot the three, he can run, he can block shots, he can dunk on your thing, but he can't
Put
stay
triple
healthy.
doubles in college.
Right. Or do you go get the first Kristaps Porzingis? Right? People used to call him soft. They're like, why is he 7'1" shooting 3-pointers? He need to go down low and bang. No, dog. He can hit those threes. he can hit those threes, and if he misses, he can beat your center to the rebound. This dude is something. He's just injury prone. And so they were like, hey, Portland was like, we already have 2 potential all-stars at the position. Let me go get this first unicorn. The uniform is on crutches, but if we unlock him, oh my God. If we unlock him, oh my God. Because in their mind, if Sam Bowie stays healthy, we are going to revolutionize the position at shooting guard and center, right? We're going to revolutionize the position at shooting guard and center, right? So it didn't work out for Portland, right? It didn't work out for him. And to be honest with you, I don't feel sorry for him. Screw him. I don't like Portland no way. Matter of fact, it happened to him twice. They did the same thing. They were like, do we take Kevin Durant or do we take Greg Oden? Greg Oden broke his wrist and played his only college season with his offhand and was still the #1 pick.
Man,
Are you serious? Are you serious? Greg Oden broke his wrist, played the entire college season with his offhand, and still dominated. But that, but it is what it is. It didn't work out. So if you're the Knicks, you're the Knicks, you have Kevin Knox, you have RJ Barrett, you have Mitchell Robinson, you have Emmanuel Quickley, but at the 4th pick, do you take Jalen Green? Do you take Jonathan Kuminga? Do you take Evan Mobley?
In the draft that I just saw, Kuminga was actually picked 1 spot ahead of Jalen Green.
Right.
In the Tankathon website.
Right.
And another thing with your example, Freezy, is that you're talking about 2 guys in Sam Bowie and Greg Oden that had pre-existing injuries before coming to the NBA. With those guys you just named, we don't have to worry about that at this moment.
Right. Fortunately,
yeah, absolutely.
Fortunately, we're not in a decision where we can and we can look at the track record of dudes that are injured and say, you know what, we're fortunate that we didn't take a risk on cats like Jared Sullinger, who had a degenerative back condition coming into the NBA, right? Mm-hmm. We were like, Jared Sullinger, this kid, if he get his fat behind in shape, he'll be something. Well, he couldn't get in shape because he had a back injury. That's the reason why he always looked tubby. You know what I'm saying? Because he couldn't do the cardio everybody else was doing. But even at 75% of Jared Sullinger was good enough to be a first-round pick. You know what I'm saying? So the thing about the reason why I say that is because cats look at Knox and be like, we should have taken Michael Porter Jr. Okay, we'll see in 4 years. We'll see if that still remains to be true. But in terms of who's was saying, if I have to have a guy, I'll take Kuminga right there. Even though I would very much rather have Evan Mobley or Jalen Suggs, but I would take Kuminga just because. If it comes to splitting hairs, if we have to split hairs, then I'd go Kuminga, even though I like Suggs and Mobley better.
My problem with that, now that you mentioned Tibbs' effect on the shooting guard position.
On the small forward.
I'm sorry, you're right. With Tibbs' effect on the small forward position, based on how he runs his teams, would Kuminga kind of be held back based on the type of game he has, or does he fit into that system that Tibbs likes to utilize with his small forwards?
Goose, you dragging me into traffic, Goose. You dragging me into traffic. Why are you dragging me into traffic? I mean, because we talked about Tibbs. We talked about Tibbs in the small forward position, right? Like for some reason they tend to not be as impactful on offense, right? But defensively, they have a lot of stuff going on, Right. But you're saying, Jalen Green, man, pass up on. Oh my gosh.
I just saw a video of him just now on YouTube. Man, he's a high flyer, man.
Yes.
He's with the G League right now.
He's more than that too. Goose.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
They
guys,
just
let me go.
showed his offensive.
Okay. Hey,
Guys, have a great night.
I'm actually
you leaving?
about to head out
thank you.
myself, actually.
All right, D.
Thank you for having me on the show. I'll see you on Sunday night.
All right, man.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Thank you.
I'm about to call it a night myself.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's late. Wow, it's 3:30.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out for a few minutes and talk to the chat. I'm gonna talk about Kev W behind his back.
More than likely. The chat is going to just eat it up. What's the word they say? Number one, I'm on a brain fart. It's 3:30 in the morning, but I'm America. I'm Lawrence Tier as most hated right now.
Oh no, Chuck B. Chuck B is the mule. Chuck B is the mule, man. Chuck, hey, everybody hates Chuck. You know what I'm saying? For some reason, but Chuck is our guy. So hey, Kev, you gonna be on tomorrow night?
Definitely, yeah, definitely.
All right. So tomorrow night, hey Goose. So tomorrow night, we're gonna work on the Knicks fix. So those draft situations, those hypotheticals that you asked.
Yes, sir.
I want to dedicate about 3 hours to free agency, off-season, draft, and all those side things since we have a day off. I want to mix in a couple things though. I want to mix in this. And this is just something for y'all to think about from now till then. Is RJ Barrett our savior? Don't answer right now. Don't answer right now. Don't answer right now. But tomorrow night, I want to touch on that for about 30 minutes. And I'm going to touch on it too on the Knicks morning drive. Is RJ Barrett the Knicks savior? So,
Sounds good.
I Hoodie Cav, you out of here?
Yeah. I got to get up and get on the road tomorrow.
Okay.
Head back to the 919.
Everybody in the 919. Yeah.
All right, everybody.
All right, man.
All right, Breezy. I'm gonna go too. I got to do a couple of things here. I got to act like I'm working.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
All right,
Yeah.
but I will see. I will talk to you in a few days, and let's go Knicks. Yo, hit that subscribe, hit the thumbs up, hit that subscribe button.
Hey,
Share with
Goose.
your friends.
Hey,
Yeah,
Goose.
man.
Let me tell you this face to face, in case you didn't know. Hey, thank you, man, for what you do for the channel, man. We appreciate it. You know, we feel like you're officially a part of the Lawrence Tears family, and what we like to do is get your feedback on some stuff. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt, man. I appreciate that.
What you dislike, what you think, ideas and all that stuff. That way we can kind of cater some stuff to you in the long run, because this channel is not just about Uncle Freezy. It's about a family. You know what I'm saying? So just one of these days, man, maybe this week or next week or whatever, maybe we can exchange some contact info and you can just give me some.
Foxy has I'm not on Twitter or anything like that, but Foxy has my email address and my contact information.
Okay. Well, you could just get with him then if you feel more comfortable that way. That way
how would I get it to you? Seeing that I don't have Twitter or anything like that, what's the best way to give you my email?
Hey man, how about this? How about I get your telephone number from Foxy, and when you get some time, maybe we can do some old school stuff like get on the telephone and talk.
Yeah,
about
no doubt. No doubt.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? Hey, I ain't fancy like that, man. I just like to be more direct.
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
that works for me. No, I'd like that better, anyways.
Okay. I'll holler at you, man.
All right. Have a good night.
All right.
All right.
So I'm here. Rob the Nick is backstage doing something. I'm not for sure. I want to kick it with y'all for a few more minutes. I love y'all, man, and just like kicking it with y'all. So what I'll probably do is read a few of the comments here and spend some one-on-one time with y'all. So if y'all got some stuff that y'all wanted to talk about real quick while y'all got the show to yourself, if you got some questions, if you want to just real quick throw those out there, and I'll put these out here for us to chop it up a bit. Let me click on some stuff. All right, let me see. So y'all talking about Chet Holmgren is who y'all talking about. I don't know if I want to tank for him. Let me see. Hey, stopping video, Savior, no, but he can be a high-level third option on a championship team, a la Bosch, in my opinion. I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong right there. So I think RJ Barrett can be a high-level number one option on an offense that's modern. In a modern offense, RJ Barrett can be your number one option. Is our IQ our starting point guard, or is he a high-level six man, or is he just a rotational player on a good team? I think Emmanuel Quickley has the capacity, meaning, the ability to hold stuff, to become a high-level NBA starting point guard in a modern NBA offense, right? And so think about this. Think about the things he has. He has deep range. He has a floater game going to the basket, and he has a crafty dribble. He can draw fouls. So what's the difference between him and a rookie Dame Lillard? And I know y'all gonna be like, Dame Lillard, calm down, Knicks fans. Calm down. I'm not saying he's Hall of Famer Dame Lillard. I'm saying the arrow is pointing up. Calm down, Knicks fans. Everything doesn't have to be a bodega argument. We don't have to stand behind a potato chip rack and argue about Emmanuel Quickley being in the Hall of Fame. I like Scotty Barnes out of Florida. He's an upgraded Draymond Green. I like that kid. He's tough mentally. Mentally, he's tough, man. He's tough. The only thing is in the NBA, I think he's probably a power forward. And you know what you have in abundance of right now on the Knicks roster? You know what you have in an abundance of on your Knicks roster right now? Has Tibbs ever developed any players his teams have drafted? That is another thing. Because develop is not a linear thing. Develop is for one, it's about perspective, right? For one, it's about perspective. When you say developed, what are you actually asking for in that question? Does develop mean take somebody totally raw and give them a skill set that they didn't have before entering? Or does develop mean gaining a whole bunch of experience through trials and tribulations, whereas they take their limited skills that they didn't improve, but know how to handle situations like a Jimmy Butler? To me, Jimmy Butler is not improved physically nor skill-wise. He is just, he's like in the military, he's that soldier that was average at everything, but you keep taking him to battle because for some reason, every time you take him, you win. Every time you take Jimmy Butler to battle, he wins. And it's not because he can jump higher or run faster or is physically stronger or has a skill set like three-pointers or passing. He's just a guy that takes limited skills and a whole bunch of experience and grit and win. Right? Jimmy Butler is not Paul George. Jimmy Butler is not 4'2", a 46-inch vertical, bench press 400 pounds. Jimmy Butler is the guy that learns from a whole bunch of mistakes and wins. Think about what I'm telling you. What physical gifts does a Jimmy Butler have? Heart. right? Heart. That's what you and experience, right? But he doesn't have physical gifts or physical skills. But every time you take him to battle, he wins. So he takes his limited skills and uses, basically, he gets the most out of the least. So who you like after top 5 of Kaminga Sons, Mobley Green, Cade? Do y'all like Springer? Y'all like Springer? Y'all like BJ Boston? I mean, do y'all like Jonathan? The kid from Duke. The kid from Duke reminds me of Knox a little teeny bit, in terms of physical ability. Like you can tell there's some athleticism there, but they don't play at a fast pace. So wasn't Ding meh? Yeah. I don't know. I think, well, you can't really say D Rose was developed because Derrick Rose was by far and away the #1 pick in his draft. Look. When D Rose opted into the draft, there was no debating who was #1. What do you think of the Knicks signing Lonzo Ball to a deal in restricted free agency? No. Y'all killing me with the Lonzo Ball thing. Lonzo Ball is trash. Lonzo Ball is trash. So somebody bring me back to reality. If Lonzo Ball is not trash, somebody make a point otherwise. Somebody put a point in the chat where I can be swayed to not think Lonzo Ball is not trash. Oh, he looked great tonight? Okay. Well, what about his previous game? Did he look great there? Trini in Harlem was good. Kai Jones from Texas, too nasty, too. Ooh, Anthony Alvarado, you got a point. Hey, so Lonzo had 27, 8, and 7 tonight on 10 of 20 shooting. I don't know, man. I just think I don't know. It's too much stuff going on with Lonzo Ball. It's too much stuff. His jump shot looked funky, and he looked like he don't want to be there. And I don't want to be around dudes that look uninterested. Like with me, I'm passionate, right? I'm passionate. Like when we go somewhere, you ain't got to worry about am I invested? Because if I went with you, guess what? I'm here. Let's get it. If you take Uncle Freezy with you, Uncle Freezy is there. You know what I'm saying? If you take Lonzo Ball with you, he's staring down at his phone. You know what I'm saying? Looking out the window. And you don't even know if this dude is ride or die or not. That ain't me. Hey, Glenn Greenstein, listen. If me and you go somewhere, Glenn, listen to me now. Hear me out. If you and I go somewhere, you don't have to worry about if Uncle Freezy is there. I ain't gonna be staring at my phone, looking out the window at little birdies, none of that stuff. I'm focused. I'm with you. I know he's special, but Sharif Cooper is special. I'm sorry, I know he's short, but Sharif Cooper is special. We'll have to see. We'll see if he can take the pounding. One game does not make a player make, and that sounds straight out of Yoda. But I get it. Lonzo Ball is too much a risk in a trade, let alone if the Knicks try to sign him and restrict the free agency. And the thing is teams are going to gamble. They want to give him the bag, and he's going to get that bag. By the way, because a tall point guard that can run and pass is too enticing for teams to pass up. They can't help themselves. It's like when you in the bar. It's like when you're in the bar and you see the thin blonde chick. You're like, oh my God. The thin blonde chick, you're like, oh my God, man. I can't help myself. I can't pass her up. Not me. I mean, I'm married to Mocha. You know what I'm saying? Mocha is perfect. You know what I'm saying? But I heard that people can't get over like the in-shape blonde chick. You know what I'm saying? You just can't help yourself. You know this draft stack when Sharif ain't even projected top 15. I feel you. You like Kispert out of Gonzaga. I like him. He's a shot maker. I like him. Drew a better fit if Bucks don't max. I do. I like Drew, but where do you play him? I like Drew. Drew is a high character guy, too, by the way. An elite athlete, a high character guy. Great defender. I don't know. Right. Should we max Drew or Oladipo if we get a top 5 pick via the Mavs and make the playoffs? That's a lot. Should we max Drew and Oladipo? Or like Choplo says, shout out to Choplo for leaving me the dopest voicemail message ever. Choplo, I see you, boy. So Choplo, I mean, I'm not Choplo, but Stop a Video says, should we max Drew and Oladipo if we get a top 5 pick via the Mavs and make the playoffs? That's a lot of maxing. I'm not sure. I thought I was gonna be able to hang out for a while, man. I'm tired and my voice is tuckering out. So I'm gonna just read a few more of these. Rather max Zach. Nah, I don't know, Marty. Drew like 6'6", he could play guard and small forward. I think Drew is like 6'4", and yes, I think he can play point guard and shooting guard. And elite defense. And a great human being from what I hear. Max Oladipo? Glenn, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Hey, so, and when I say stuff like, when I say I don't know, and listen, so here's the thing. I do speak with conviction, but I also leave the door open to be swayed. Because I think if you present a reasonable argument, I'd be an idiot not to listen. Right? If you present a reasonable argument, I'd be the idiot for not listening to you. Right? Max Oladipo for 4 years? I don't know. Oh my God. So Brian, so BD says, I trade Randall to the Rockets just to give them a better shot at beating the Mavs. All right, so where that makes no sense is So if you want the Mavs pick to be higher, think about this. So say the Mavs pick 10. And in your dream scenario, you want the Mavs pick to be 7. Why not just take the Mavs pick at 10 and attach future assets to it, like 2 second-round picks, and move up to 7, or take the 10 pick and say a future first, and move up to 7 or higher. June turns 31 in June, though. Max is risky. He's not Chris Paul. I feel you. All right, one more, y'all, and then I'm going to get out of here. One more. This doesn't include their hard schedule. No, that's not the one I want to end on. Luka getting Max the second he can't. No, that's not the one I want to end on, because that's a fact. Yeah, I don't want to end on that one either. Mavs going to regret Trader Porzingis. Gee, you know what? I feel you on that. Hey, so listen. I want to get some feedback from y'all. I want to make the channel the dopest joint on YouTube. So we have big plans, right? So this channel here, and I'm talking to y'all, right? I'm talking to y'all, and some of y'all check out. And so let me do this. So some of y'all frequent other channels and watch Knicks content, and I don't blame you, right? I don't blame you for that. As a matter of fact, I welcome it. I'm glad y'all do. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad y'all are getting as much Knicks content as you possibly can. But unlike other Knicks channels, this is not a one-man show or a two-man show. And not show in terms of the production. I'm talking about organization. Right? It's an army of us behind the scenes. It's Free Keith. It's the Ghetto Intellect. It's myself. It's Kevin W. It's Foxy. It's Mo. It's Chuck B. It's Coach Zach. So it's an army of us working behind the scenes to make sure that the content you get is dope, right? So the thing is I want y'all to join in on that, right? And I'm talking to you. You're looking at me, and I'm talking to you. I want you to join in on this Blanche Tears army to help make the channel better, right? And I don't say that like, you know, I'm not going to say that and then go outside and get in my Ferrari and drive to, you know, my isolated penthouse. What I'm saying is I'm just a regular guy like you, and I'm openly recruiting you to help us make the channel better, right? Well, we want average cats just like y'all in the chat. Like y'all in the chat, look at me in my eyeballs. Y'all look at me in my eyeballs, and I'm trying to look y'all in your eyeballs too, right? So I want guys and gals like y'all to help us make this channel better, right? What we want to do is get y'all ideas, get y'all input. You know what I'm saying? We want y'all to give us advice. Here come Rob the Nick. Rob, what's good? You on mute? Oh, there
What's up, OG?
Hey, what's up? What's up, OG, double OG?
Hey, look, let me get this together.
All right, let me finish this one statement, and then we be straight. So I'm openly recruiting people in the chat, right? What I want y'all to do is tell people to subscribe to the channel. Get people to subscribe. Get people to like the live stream. Get people to join the virtual chat, the video chat. Turn on notifications. Share on social media. Because what we want to do.
What's up, Uncle Freezy? I'm here for you.
Yeah, I know it. Dog, you know I ain't worried about. I know you got my back 24/7. And it ain't no job either. It's because we want to. I got your back because I want to, not because I have to. You know what I'm saying? But so the thing is I'm openly recruiting everybody so we can make the channel better. So we're going to do the Freezy Awards in August, right? So anybody on the channel can legit win a category and get a statuette sent to their house, right? A statuette that they can brag, like, hey, I won a category on the Freezies. And I want y'all to come on and contribute to when we have celebrities on the show. Like when we have celebrities on, like we're trying to line up some celebs, like legit celebrities, not just, cats from other channels Like, yo, I got such and such from such and such channel. But I'm talking about legit names that y'all know, names that y'all respect and admire. We looking to get them on the channel so that y'all can interact with them, right? Interact with them. Like, say Star X comes on, and y'all will be in a video chat with them, talking to them directly, like how Legion of Knicks was with Orlando Hudson, right? Right. So we legit trying to grow the channel, and I want y'all to be a part of that, right? And so I'm talking to listen. I'm gonna click on some people that I'm talking to. B Dub, I'm talking to you. And Anthony A, I'm talking to you. Hey, Real Win, I'm talking to you. Glenn G, I'm talking to you. Right? Hey, Stop It Vids, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to all of y'all. I'm telling y'all that we're openly recruiting and want y'all feedback and want y'all to help this channel grow. And if you don't want to, that's fine. If the moment's not right, I'm not asking y'all to send me like money and all that stuff. If you want to do super chats to help the channel grow, then do that. If that's your way to contribute, then contribute that way. But what I'm asking is for everybody to contribute to help the channel grow, because the Lawrence Tears channel is a family channel, right? Rob the Nick is here not because I'm paying Rob the Nick to be here. It's because we value his opinion and he's part of the Lawrence Tears family. People legit want to see Rob the Nick all the time, right? They want to see Rob the Nick all the time, and that's the reason why he's here, because he's gracious and he's part of the family. And we want
because I want to see them too. I love the chat.
Right.
I love them.
Right.
Look, whether they with me or against me, but look at here. I love y'all. Right. All my opinions may not be right for everybody.
Oh, Rob, you got music playing in the background. Let me meet you real quick.
See, that's that music. See, all right.
Hey, music. I'm gonna mute you real quick till you get the music off.
All right.
So yeah. So the thing is I want to openly recruit everybody, because this channel is not like the other channels that are on YouTube. It's something different. It's a family affair. And look, we're gonna start doing. Okay, let me see if Rob ready. Oh yeah, there you go.
All right.
All right. So we're gonna start doing stuff like merch, because we want to see y'all like in Lawrence Tears t-shirts and all that stuff. Not because I'm trying to get rich, but because it feel like family. You know how you have your family reunion and everybody wearing the family reunion t-shirts and stuff? That's the reason. That's the main reason. You know what I'm saying? We want to have.
Hey, Freezy, you see my new name?
Yep, I saw it the other day. I saw it the other day. Rob.
Hey, look, I got to say something to you, bro. Hey, look, intellect is my dude. Hey, look, I don't come at nobody for no reason.
Right.
I will never come at nobody, young boys, nobody, nothing for no reason. Right. But I will explain anything that I need to say. Right. And me and Ghetto Intellect, I'm glad I stepped up there today and talked to him. And this was not nothing about, oh, somebody backing down. No, that's two OGs knowing, because you put that there. Tell them what you did, Freezy. I saw two. Freezy put two dinosaurs that could have clashed, but what you did, bro? Right. Look, I'm staying with that.
Right, and the chat know that. Everybody in the chat know that. I saw two lions approaching each other on the mountaintop, and I was like, "Oh, this could be bad. This could be bad." But I was like, "No, I don't want this to happen." So I stepped in between and was like, "No, this ain't what it is. All this is two lions at the mountaintop. That's all this is. That's all this is. One lion does not
had the same intellect on what it was, on what we was talking about.
Right. But one lion did not have to go. We could all share that moment. You know what I'm saying? One lion did not have to go. You know what I'm saying? We all stood there at the mountaintop together and was like, yo, this could be peaceful. We don't have to fight up here. One lion doesn't have to get up the top of the mountain.
Hey,
This
and
is not a king of the
Quickley
mountain.
showed me today what I was talking about.
Right.
Quickly showed today what I was talking about. Because today's NBA does is not about us. It's all about what ESPN gonna say, what Fox gonna say. We're not looking at what we have. Let's deal with what we have. We have a good team. Look at our record. Our
Right.
record speaks for itself.
Yes. Yep.
And everybody in the NBA has to deal with our record is. Look, Vegas changed the odds on the Knicks.
Yes. Yep.
And we not and guess what? We did not move one player.
Right. Right.
We did not move one player.
But you know what we did though? You know what we did though? We proved Vegas wrong.
We already knew that. This Knicks Nation, this is what we do.
Right.
We know our team. We can argue amongst ourselves. That's brothers and sisters, sisters and cousins. But we all have the same love.
Right. Right. And so speaking of which, I'm gonna say this. So so the Knicks at Night podcast is a joint, kind of like a joint thing between you, Kev W, Stephen Fox, and others, and Cats.
I put that in the chat because you told me I could.
Right.
And guess what? This is my thing now.
Yeah. So I'm not disputing that. What I will say though was this. You know, the Knicks at Night podcast was my baby.
Gave it to us, Freezy.
You know, it was my baby.
We love you. We love you.
You know, and so
hey,
Fox,
baby, I'm gonna kiss your bald head.
No, hell no.
You gave it to us. But we love you too.
But the thing is the Knicks at Night podcast was my baby. Like,
what happened?
Just there you go. We good. So the thing is, you know, we bought it here and people doubted us. People doubted me. They was like, yo, people don't want to talk Knicks 24/7. And I was like, yo, I'm telling you, boss, you wrong. You wrong. Right? Not only am I gonna put it out on YouTube, I bet you it's gonna grow like wildfire because people like the family atmosphere. Like if you legit have a family atmosphere, like, and I'm not talking about just little kids, I'm talking about a connection between you and your people. People will love it because they have that everywhere you go. Like when you go to Knicks games, when I go to Knicks games, man, people, high-fiving people that don't even know each other. They have a connection. And so I was like, yo, if we put this on YouTube, it'll be the same type feeling. You know what I'm saying? When you go sit on your row, you know what I'm saying? You go grab your seat or whatever. People be like, come on through, bro. Come on through. Man, Randall suck. And then people like, Randall suck. Randall suck. I mean, it's weird when you go to a game, right? But the connection here is one that at the end of a game, we don't have to go nowhere. We can still hang out and talk Knicks. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we got to teach. Look, Ghetto Intellect told me something that I had to get with, that I was not going to go with. Oh, we at odds. Ghetto Intellect, we got to teach the young. We got to teach the young. That's our job.
Right.
Me, with all my experience that I know about the Knicks, that anybody in the chat can talk to me about anything from 1960, because I read books, until I got involved.
Right.
But look, guess what? Freezy, you put that there for us. And guess what? That's a double salute on what you did to make this channel. And look, you getting ready to see what I'm getting ready to do, because you told me today that this is our channel, right? I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna do for our channel.
But this is y'all's show though, is what I'm getting at. This is our channel, but this is y'all show.
You said me and Kev, and look, anybody else that want to get in, because look, hey, We getting ready to do this. And
Right.
guess what? You are the orchestrator of what we getting ready to do.
Hey, but you know what though, Rob? You know what though, Rob? You also what the one thing I think y'all don't do, and to me it's not fair. Like y'all don't shout out y'all moderators, y'all mods, and don't show them enough love. Cats like Sima Singh is just important to the show as we are. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
look, ask Simba Singh when I was getting off last night what I said. He was the first, I said,
Bodega
everything.
Wi-Fi, the New York Knicks.
Everybody that was signing off that was there, I called them all off before I left.
Right. Right. And the reason why the Prince can sleep peacefully at night, because the guards at the gate are doing their job. And so our moderators are the guards at the gate, so that we can get on here and chop it up and not have to worry about trolls coming in and messing it up for us.
Oh, we got trolls though, but
yeah. But we can have a lot more.
Hey, look, Freezy, I love you, baby boy. I love you, baby boy.
Hey man. Hey. So for one, we love you back, and not because we have to either, but because we want to. You know what I'm saying? And so Sima Singh did say Rob did shout him out last night, and that's good. Hey, did you know Singh means lion?
I want to see his face. I want to see where he at.
Hey,
Because I need a young lion. Look, I ain't going to keep on battling everybody, Sima Singh. You going to have to step up here and get some of these battles. Look, I'm here for you. You're going to have to help me do this.
Right.
I need you up here, baby boy. Put your face on the screen.
Hey, my man does Sima Singh, all the mods, Bodega Wi-Fi, the New York Knicks, all of them, they do a great job. All of the mods, they do a great job, man. Hey, but look here.
Hey, Freezy. Yo, get in the private chat and put that number because my internet went out. That's the only reason why I didn't call. My internet slapped down.
Okay. All right. I ain't gonna put it in this chat. I'll DM you on. I'll DM you on Twitter. I'll DM you on Twitter. That way you always have it. Because when I close this chat, all the information and stuff from this chat will go away. But if I DM you, you'll have it forever.
Randall taught me. Salute, Rob. I love you too.
Hey, guys, and take seriously what I said too. I'm not just so I'm not out here like I'm not just a guy that is looking for some type of celebrity. I believe in this team concept. That's the reason why I wanted to build a family as opposed to building something around me. You know what I'm saying? The stuff around me, I'm already good. I'm super good. You know what I'm saying? I'm super good in that.
Uncle Freezy, you did something like the other day that we was talking about. That look, I'm gonna tell the chat. Me and you gonna talk about behind screens, but you did something that was real, and it was just in your talk.
Right.
I'm gonna let you bring it back to the screen, but I had to tell you what you did. You did something that was like, I said, "Oh, I may send you one of my Nick hats, and it ain't gonna be a trucker one.
Right.
I'm gonna send you. Hey, look, I'm gonna send you one that I have. Nah, we trashing that one. I got another one for you.
Hey, so I want to get a trucker hat with the Blarn's Tears logo on it. That's what I'm.
All you gotta do is just break. Okay, I got you.
So I'm working on that, but I'm working on.
Look, don't even get it for yourself.
Right.
Don't even get it for yourself. Let me get you the one that you need, the trucker hat, because we got a trucker hat.
Right.
I got one for you.
Right. And so let me do this just real quick. I want to so this weekend I'm working on Knicks versus, right, with Chuck B. Y'all know Knicks versus is Chuck B's baby, right? That's Chuck B's baby, right? So we're gonna work on a couple of those. If Chuck B's computer is right, if we can get some things to go right, we're gonna work on Knicks versus and put it out there, right? We're also gonna work on the Blarn's Tears debate league promo. The debate league thing is real, y'all. Can't tell. So we have about 13 or 14 people that's in the Lawrence Tears debate league, and they want a shot at the championship. I didn't want to do a league. I just wanted to stop people from talking over each other. But the fans turned it into I want to debate such and such. I want to debate such and such. And so we turned it into a debate league, right? So that's going to be real. We'll have some of those coming. And also we're going to have individual videos that we're going to post to the Lawrence Tears channel. So keep an eye out for that. I'll be on the Knicks Morning Drive in about 4.5 hours. I'll be here back.
Get to sleep.
I'm gonna get some sleep in a few minutes, but the Knicks Morning Drive, I'm gonna be on in about 4.5 hours, wide open, hyped up. You know what I'm saying? And we're also looking for suggestions. So I think we have an email address. I think it's lawrencestears@yahoo.com. If y'all want to send ideas there, I think that's the email address. I'm gonna verify it. But we want y'all to participate, man. We want to grow the family. It's not just about.
I want to talk to Simmer Singh. Can you work that out for me?
Can you and Simmer Singh work that out together?
Yeah, I need to talk to Simmer Singh.
Okay, yeah, y'all worked it out, man. I already got it
out for us. I don't know how to get to him.
Okay.
Can you help me get to him?
Hey, well, give me some time because I just mentioned to you. I just mentioned to you, my Saturday is gonna be packed. I just said
exactly.
I'm gonna do the Knicks Morning Drive
right now.
Right. And I'm gonna do some videos, and then we'll be back tonight for the Knicks at Night podcast. So my whole day is gonna be all day Knicks. That's my life, right?
Hey,
my life is Miss Mocha, this little dog I got that got a crush on the dog next door, and Knicks. That's it.
I love y'all. I gotta go.
Yeah, hey, I'm gonna get out of here too, y'all. Hey, so peace to everybody in the virtual chat, the video chat. We'll holler at y'all in a few minutes, man. Look forward to seeing y'all soon. Peace.